All right, guys, I am back, still without a headset, so I'll kind of muddle through today without a headset. You're going to hear my sound alerts in the back. I'll probably be muting myself more often than not because I know it's kind of annoying to hear my sound alerts all day long. Nothing I can do about that unless I mute my sound alerts, and then if I do that, then I may as well not trade. So here we go. So I see that BIOC is huge this morning. I see we just have our first AI alert, if you have the AI. Guys can hear me? Just want to make sure. So you guys can hear me right now, right? Okay. Screen should not be blank. Screen should not be blank. You should be seeing my screen. Okay, good. So you can see my screen, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about it until the market closes. I'll have to figure out why this stupid Bluetooth has disconnected, and I cannot seem to find a way to get it back. But anyway, let's not worry about that. Let's see if. By the way, guys, I'm back in the IPOC. I got in earlier, well, later on in the afternoon yesterday, so I'm back in the IPOC, basically at the 11 where I got in earlier, sold it yesterday, flat. Was a little worried about what the overall market was doing, especially the SPACs. And so that is it. Yeah, and I see that GLSI, I see it just got halted on the way up. And the bid ask looks like it's going to be 116, 116. So another crazy, crazy day for this one. So this might actually be a good day for questions all day long because it's so weird. I mean, I'm just sort of out of my comfort zone right now. So this would probably be a good day for questions. More like a Q&A session for the day as opposed to my trading. So nothing will happen in these two. Now, I'm going to apologize right off the bat here. I wasn't able to do, a lot of times what I do is I add some in the pre-market to my watch list. So I wasn't able to do any pre-market work at all. So I have no idea what we're going to get from the watch list. You can see the ones that are coming in right now. But nothing will happen in this. There we go. So there's the first one. Boxel. So this one, THCB. So this is a SPAC, and I guess they're looking for cannabis plays. Okay, THC, get it? So THCB, and it is. I mean, it had a great. What did it get to in the after hours? We're all the way up to $18 after hours. So I'm going to keep an eye on this CYTK. This I actually did. I can't remember who was in the room yesterday talked about it. I mean, we talked about it, but somebody seemed to know a little bit more about this one. And there was a 200-day. Actually, yesterday I think it was at 1909. It's up a little bit today. Excuse me, the CYTK. I actually ended up taking this trade, and looking to hold it, and I didn't. I sold out. Interested still in this one, CYTK. Longer it holds over 20. Probably, there's the after hours. If it gets over 2052, the CYTK, that could be an interesting look. And RMG, this is the one that you're hearing in the background. My cymbal crashing, RMG. So Boxel, B-O-X-L. So is there news? You see, that's the other thing. I have no idea why some of these things are moving. Look at H&R Block, guys. HRB still very weak. It was weak. This is December 8th. So this was an earnings play right here. And it kind of rested yesterday. And now it's still challenging that 200-day moving average. You know, if this gives it up, there it is, HRB, 1610. It's just a little bit below it. If it gives it up, I mean, there's really no support for this one until you get down to maybe around the 1430 mark right here on that daily chart. You guys are talking about 8 EGHT. That is a big wow. Is this no, not an earnings play. 8x8 raises the bar on cloud communications. Appoints Dave Sipes as CEO. So obviously that is market is reacting well to that. I don't know who Dave Sipes is, but market is definitely reacting well to that announcement. Okay, guys. Now a word about the UTSI. You notice that, I mean, that's an incredibly tight stop. You know, I know there's a kind of an algorithm well, I know what the stop is, what they're trying to do. That is a super tight stop. So it got stopped out, but it is running now. And it is really running. So look, I don't mind displaying this. So you see what happened. That's an incredibly tight stop. 227, 222 on like a 5-cent stop. So it got stopped out. I always talk about this re-entry. There was the re-entry at 225. And now look at it. So, you know, a second chance to get into it if you got into it the first time and got stopped out. That's right, Frank. You're absolutely right. It is microvast. You're absolutely right. I remember now looking at them yesterday. You had to look at the news, not the profile for THCB. You're absolutely right. So UTSI also showed up in mine at 231. What some of the other ones? Let's see, SID 535, BBD 522. Yeah, these were, I just sort of plunked a bunch in this morning without really looking at well, actually it's not bad, I guess, BBD. We typically don't look at a stock that's at 6.3 billion in the float unless there's some news on it. I keep looking at my system tray to see if that little Bluetooth icon is going to miraculously appear again. All right, CLSK, what are you doing? Well, I mean, right now, UTSI, it's it's pulled back a little bit. I have to check to see what was there some news on it. Actually, some news on it. I don't see any specific reason for it. The other thing too is that it's getting relatively close to resistance. Look at that monthly chart. $3 certainly looks like it'll be blocked right here. I mean, that's far enough away, I guess, if you're looking for 60 cents, if it can get up here. But it's sort of, to me, it's kind of, missed the boat, had to get in down here. No, it may run, but just look at that monthly chart. See all that action right at 3. Candy. How do I know if? I've missed your. I'm okay. Maybe put that off topic. How do I know if a trade where you see what's happening is every time there's a post, so I miss this. How do I know if it is a trade where the exit point is higher than the entry point if Holly only puts an entry price? Well, Holly doesn't just put an entry price, as a stop too. That's what I was saying. What happened here, there was the entry, 227, there was a stop. It got stopped out almost immediately because it's a 5-cent stop. But then there was a chance to get back in on the re-entry, 225. So I'm not quite sure I understand your question. Look at Trill. There was the entry at 2. Now, you don't have to take it right at the time. You can check to see how it's trading a little bit. So I'm not sure I understand your question. There's the entry and then there's a stop. How you trade it is going to be up to you. Yeah, I don't use the ABCD pattern at all, so I'm sorry, I have no real thoughts on that. Definitely not an expert. There could be other people in the room that do use that. All right, GMDA. This is the one that I was interested in yesterday. It is getting a little action here now, GMDA. Okay, so if yours doesn't have that, Candy, what you should do, from the toolbar, if you click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the box that you'll have. And then you just follow the trades all day long. You'll get what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every day. So just add, so if you have a layout already up and running, then just, open this window, and then just when you save your layout, you'll save this as part of your layout then. So you don't have to do it every morning. Well, IPOC, I told you I took the I got back into the IPOC and it's starting to run a little bit. I'm looking for dollars here. I'm not looking for 20, 30, 40 cents on this one. Yeah, the webinar did get canceled. I didn't know. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. The webinar did get canceled. I didn't know myself. I was there. I think they forgot to send out the email that it was going to be canceled. That was a Q&A from last night. Yes, we're still in. Yes, what's happened? We've had like this rapid sector rotation. Rapid. All of a sudden, these little bios are going crazy again. And that, of course, happened all because of this GLSI yesterday that went absolutely crazy. Low, 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 crazy low float. Halted again. But what happened is, if you were in the room yesterday, when did this really start getting rolling? Yeah, just after lunch. I mean, it was already up a lot, but then it really started to roll from 22 up to 150. There we go. All right. And then that all of a sudden just created this mania to get into all these, regardless of the news, of all these low float bios. GOVX was one of them. SLS was another one. I think SLS is still doing pretty well. Yeah, nice. I mean, look at the after. So this one actually did not collapse. I mean, most of the other ones, kind of BNTC was another one, I think. BNTC. Yeah, I mean, see what happened. I mean, most of them just kind of collapsed. SLC did not, or SLS did not. Very different. Look at this after hours, and then this morning. And Anixa Biosciences are just checking to see if there's any news. Ovarian cancer. Well, yeah, look at the float. Like, this is not a crazy, crazy low float. It's still low. 21 million is still low, but it's not crazy low. Is the person in the room today who talked about CYTK yesterday? Can't remember who it was. It Make Money, Make My Money, or can't remember who it was exactly. Don't think it was you, Geronimo. It was somebody who said they knew something. They were in the medical sector or whatever. I don't think it was you. It was somebody else. $1 a day? It's possible. I just can't remember. So just a quick question. How distracting is your hearing my alerts, which you don't normally hear? How distracting is it? Not much? Okay. Go IPOC. Really? Well, oh no, Apex Trader. Wow, this is really turning into. This is what I was hoping was due yesterday. But it's okay. I'm basically back in where I got out yesterday. This is the IPOC. So Apex Trader, when you say alert, I'm talking about if you can hear, well, you shouldn't. If you can't hear my alerts in the background, that's fine. Normally you would never hear my alerts. I usually have a mic on, but I've got some Bluetooth issues, so I'm just talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, so you can't hear them. Okay. KK, well, you can. This is getting awesomer and awesomer. Why don't I put a 12 alert on that one? Hey, just a moment, please. Okay, so KK, so you can set up sound alerts. That's one of the great features we've got in Trade Ideas. You can set up a different sound alert for your different windows. Okay, so that's what I've done. So that little cymbal crash you hear in the background, I know exactly which window to look at when I hear it, as an example. And it's very easy to do. You just right click on an alert window, go to properties and then actions, and then check the play sound. And then you set up the sound. You can have one window text to speech. You don't want to have them all because otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. So you can have one window text to speech. Otherwise, you'll use a custom sound. Select the sound. Here we have 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. And you can just click on one. You can open it and then play it. If you like it, if you like the sound, then you just say okay a couple of times, and then that sound will get attached to that alert window. Well, I got my music on then too. That's what I'm really missing, my music. I don't have my music on. I will not subject you to that. Yeah, tallow from the AI is looking good. It's got room. Look left on that daily chart. 1091. Wow, 1091 is the next high. Looking left. Yeah, so this has been all over the place. Etsy has been all over the place. Okay, so there's a bit of a pattern here, guys. A couple of AI alerts. In the energy sector, a couple of really cheap ones in the energy sector. And actually a third one, but it's not quite working yet, but a couple of them. There's one very promising one. So is that the symbol? AI is the symbol. Oh, that Arlington asset. Yeah. Rodax hair. So you're in this room now. All right, guys. CYTK. Where are you? The person who talked about this one yesterday, they sort of had a bit of insight into it because I think they were in the I'm not saying the person was a doctor, but some kind of medical insight into this one. I don't know if you're still in the room or in the room. You can scan for stocks. Yes, you can scan for stocks above a simple moving average. Yes. So, for instance, now here are the averages that you can do. But okay, so for instance, if you wanted to only see stocks, that are above the 200-day or the 50-day or the 20-day and the 10 and the 8-day, okay? And all you would do, if you wanted to see stocks that were above the 200-day as an example, you just click on the filter, right click, add the filter, and then just put like 100.01. Okay, and that would mean that stock has to be above the 200-day moving average. Okay, Joe, does that answer your question? Yeah, good morning, Praveen. All right, so this one just resumed. Be awfully careful, guys. I know with the GLSI. Okay, so Perry, P-E-R-I. So this has been what a week this one has had. Look at this week. Last week it closed around 777 and it's tacked on about $4. And just looking to see what the market is doing. So tech is up, Dow is down, the SPY is basically flat. Good morning. Ali or Ali? I'd be definitely paying attention to this Tallow, T-A-L-O. The longer it bases over 9. Okay, now GLSI is halted on the way. Oh, on the way up. Oh man, I mean this just look at this. A 2-minute chart down to 79.50, right back up to 92. I was looking at, this Palantir all over the place. I was watching it as I was trying to do a little pre-market work. I mean, look at this, got down to 25. It was really, really sinking here. Got down to 25. Now it's tacked on a couple of dollars. This is a wild one every single day, it seems. Do you know how many halts for any stock in a given day? Is that just a general question or? Yeah, so, well, first of all, you have to have the halts resume scanner. Okay. Excuse me, number one. So nobody can predict, as an example, for GLSI, how many halts and resumes it's going to have, in any given day. I mean, yesterday it had probably 20 just because of the nature of what it was doing. But, you cannot predict. And then when it's going to resume, again, typically they were 5-minute halts. Typically. Though this one yesterday had a 10 and a 15. Usually it's a multiple of 5 if it is not a 5-minute halt. No. No, it's just a computer program that kicks in, Praveen. Yesterday, I mean, if I did a if I did a history on this one, I bet you this had at least 20 halts yesterday. So no, there's no max. Yeah, meanwhile, Annex is just. I wonder if there's any actual news on them. Ovarian cancer. Let me just see if that is actually. A Nick Cleveland Clinic and ovarian cancer vaccine packed. So that is the news. Look at CYTK, guys. Now, why I'm somewhat fixated on it, not so much just for today, but look at the room it's got. Look left, and now yesterday it did get up to what 21.29 or so. But look left, I mean 30.21 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, I would say 95%, even more, are 5-minute halts. Okay? When don't ask me why it turns into a 10-minute halt sometimes, but it's usually always a multiple of 5 if it's not. So if it's not 5, then it'll be 10. Rarely are they 15 or 20, rarely. But in a case like a GLSI, which is absolutely ridiculous, having 20-point swings in a minute, you can see why they gets halted, very, very many times. Yeah, well, for me, the secret was getting through that 200-day moving average yesterday. And look what it did yesterday. I mean, it just exploded right through that 200-day. Okay, guys, so look at H&R Block. I mean, this is really weak now. I mean, I was talking about this just a little while ago. There's the 200-day moving average. It's now below the 200-day moving average. This is a very, very weak now. I mean, it had earnings release a couple of days ago. Bad reaction to it. It held that day. It held the 200-day. You can see it. Hopefully you can see right on my screen. Here's another little bio, guys. Wow. Just left and right. Okay, having a little issue now with the charts. Let me see, is that just... Anybody having an issue with our charts? Just going to do a reset. Okay, just do a reset. So again, here's another. We're getting a little. So we might be having some server issues. I can see right now. Let me just do another reset. Okay, I think we're good to go again. So another low flow situation, PRPO. Wow, this is just, where could this go? So ANIX, now this is not a crazy low flow. 21 million is very low, but it's not crazy low. So you look left on that monthly chart, I mean, it could challenge this high over here. And you can probably hear, if you can hear my ANIX over and over again. You're on the web-based version. Is there a reason you're on the web-based version, Candy? Is it because you have a Mac or you're on a tablet or something? The only thing I can suggest is loading what's called Omni, which will have them all. Yeah, okay. Um, yeah, so if you load, I don't use the web-based version, but let me just see. If I can load it and see what you might be able to do. Yeah, so you see this is what I'm seeing. If you load the Omni, then you'll see like strategy trades all. So you'll see them all. Okay? Ah, why you're not seeing it's just a formatting thing. Come on. Okay, so that's what I would do. I mean, I can't seem to get the formatting right, but you see where it says strat. So you would click on Omni. That'll get them all, and then here is your strategy trades all window, and you should see all of the alerts in here. Oh, so you have an HP desktop? Well, then you should be using if you have a desk. So you have a PC. You do have a PC. Oh, okay. Well, if you have a PC, then I mean, definitely more robust with the app. Okay, so download the application, and then you'll have a toolbar that looks like this, and then you can click new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Always use the PC version if you can. Okay, so I don't know, Drew, if this is a shortcut. If you don't want to get a filter for a specific stock, you can always set up, no, let me make sure I'm right in the multi-strategy. I know for certainly in the alert window, but I want to make sure in the multi-strategy windows you can do the same thing. Okay, so let me just see here. Okay. So, I mean, you can do it. You'd have to create, I mean, if it's that important to you to not see like one specific one, you'd have to create a symbol list. All right, and put that symbol and maybe other symbols that you never want to see in there. And then once then make sure then you add the existing list, make sure then it shows up in this column. I'll explain a little bit better. And then you say exclude the following lists. Okay, and then you would check it, the new symbol list that you created that has that symbol. I mean, it's not easy, but I mean, if you always want to, okay, no, there's no. Listen, you know what? I'm not going to try to snow you on this. You might request that, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Okay, if it ever would happen. Sorry. You know, I mean, yeah, it's just it'll be very, very low priority. And I'm not trying to, you know, dismiss that you want it and you would like it, but you know, I have to be realistic. All right, guys. So I am in a one of the AI alerts, the one that starts with the big letter V. Okay, so right up my alley. I like the how it looks on the daily. Okay, so are you still? Do you still have your web-based version loaded, Candy? So do you have a green ball or is it red in the toolbar? Is it red or green? I hope you're going to say it's red. You know where I'm looking? Right to the end on the toolbar. Toolbar. You should have a green ball, which means you are connected. Okay, so but is it green? Is that ball green? Way over here. Hopefully you can see what I'm talking about right there. That ball, is it green? Well, you could do that. You could do that, but my question still is going to be if it's red, then that means you still have the it thinks you're still logged into the web-based version. You can only have one version of trade ideas loaded at a time. Okay, so again, my question though is it a green ball? Can you not see the in your toolbar? Can you not see like the ball? It's either going to be green, red, or orange. Maybe you can't see my screen. Oh, there's no toolbar. You don't have a toolbar at all. Okay, well then you have to. Then you haven't downloaded the program, I guess. Where did you go to download it? Let me just. Okay, so from my homepage link, let me make sure you're going to the right area. From my homepage link, and then where it says download software. So where it says download software, and right here, download trade ideas. You could get out of here. I would download the latest beta right here. I don't know why I'm getting this pop-up. Let me do this again. Okay, so I would go down here. What? This is like a... This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Let me, I'm going to find this out. I don't like this pop-up at all. First of all, I can't get rid of it. Just a second, please. I want to... So you're getting that too. Well, okay, that's baloney. Number one, I can't seem to get rid of it. But you could, before that happens, you can download it right there. I see what you're saying. So you're saying this is grayed out. Okay. Okay, guys, we have to get to the bottom of this. This is nonsense. This is a pop-up that we're getting. So I'm gonna have to. All right. Well, I don't know how to help you right now. Okay, so this is a Candy. I'm going to have to send you to our tech support. Okay. This is not me. I mean, I can help a little bit, but right now I'm going to have to actually send you to our tech support. So hopefully, when you get to our homepage, we don't get this pop-up nonsense. I just have to give you the link for the homepage. And make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up with Trade Ideas so they can find you. So when you click on the home page, hopefully this is going to work. We'll get that pop up again. And there we go, questions and answers. Okay, click on that and have your question and give them the email so they can take a look at your account. All right? Okay, guys, I'm just put myself on mute for a bit here. Okay, well, I can tell you now, I mean, it probably is no big secret, but there's the vet, guys. This is the one I was really interested in, right in my price range. Loved the daily chart, has room, and that is from the AI. All right, well, okay, it is now 10:37. So first of all, I do apologize. It's a bit of right, bit of a change today. My watch list wasn't prepared like it should have been. I had some computer issues which are ongoing right now, but hopefully solved by tomorrow. So I do apologize for that. So if you're, excuse me, if you're new to the room today, this is hopefully a temporary situation. And if you are new, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. If you have, well, first of all, I'm going to drop my homepage link into the room. A lot of good information on my homepage link, or on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So if you do want to take a look at, this is really, really, this is like a, I don't know if you've been hacked or something. Now, of course, they want my email. There's no way. Something's going on, guys. Guys, I have to get to the bottom of this. This is really bad. Just give me a second here. All right, guys. Well, I can't really do my spiel because I can't, I can't get past this pop-up. So, oh, the X is white. Oh, okay. So the X is white. I see what you're saying. I just can't see it. Okay. Let me try again. Where is it? Top right-hand corner? It might be there. This is crazy. I don't see it. It's not changing for me. Maybe there. Okay, right there. All right. Okay, let me try it. Let's try again then. All right, so if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you would click on, there is a promo code for you, Barry for Alpha. 15% off, 15% off, either the first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. Hopefully that stupid thing doesn't pop up again. Okay. So we have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard annual. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between standard and premium is the AI. There are other differences, but the main reason why people take our premium service is because they do want to have access to the AI. And the AI I'm going to go over has given me this trade right here as an example, but you basically just load the AI and wait for the alerts to happen. You need the premium service for that. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. You can go month to month if that's what you want. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You will get a 15% discount on the first month only. If at any time you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so and we will honor the 15% promo code. More information on my homepage. You can click here to get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Probably I don't know if I'll be doing one today, but I do a recap what's happening in the room. It's a daily video. All my scans are here that I'm sharing. Here are all the scans that I am sharing. And education links, including I think the most important one, the 20 lessons in 20 days. You don't have to. It's not going to take you 20 days to do it, but if you click on the lessons, it'll tell you what is a top list, how to build one, what is an alert window, how to create one, etc. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas covered right here. And there's more information. Daily support session. So I do monitor. We have a YouTube feed, a Trade Ideas YouTube feed, which I monitor also at the same time as this room. And I do that from 9 to 12, and then from 1 to 3. From 12 to 1, another trader does take over. That's when I take my break. So another trader takes over. So you can always, I'll pop this into the room later. So you can go over to the YouTube feed if you want. And what else do we have here? Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday. I do apologize. Last night's was canceled. I did not know I was showing up for it. But typically Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them right here. And educational videos, more educational videos, and some ebooks. Okay, it's semantics and it's not a lesson. I suppose it's not a lesson, but okay. Now I do want to talk about the AI and also Brokerage Plus. So first of all, this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Oh, wait 1 second here. Okay. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they got optimized once the market closes. The AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize these 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. And these are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut. All right, why they made the cut? Yeah, proper win percentage and profit factor combination. And I always say it like this, I really don't care which strategies made the cut. I don't care, if it's coming from Holly Grail, Holly Neo, Holly 2.0. I wouldn't get too hung up on what the differences are between the different, these Holly segments. All I would do is load this window and wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? And to load this window, from our toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And again, this is the window that you'll see. There's a nice short for Kiwi right there, or QIWI 1078, 1034 right now. Sorry, and so all you do is just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop price, and then it's up to you to manage the alerts. I use it as a watch list all day long. Now I want to talk about, well, first I'm going to talk a little bit what our program does. So Trade Ideas is what I call an event-based scanner. You create the event that you want, and then you wait for the alerts to happen, all in real time. So for instance, right here, these are the filters that I'm using, and this scan, all the scans that I'm showing are available from my homepage. I'm sharing them all. So this is the event. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, so that means it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 share minimum, up or down 4%. This is a little trick, an EPS filter to make sure I block ETFs from it. And also number of alerts, so it has to, in this particular case, it had to make at least 45 new highs. So these are my filters. And then if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get an alert. So that's why I call this sort of event-based. And of course, you can create your own scenarios. Okay? So that is what Trade Ideas is really good at. You can create all your own looks. We have a lot of alerts and filters. We're kind of an a la carte system. You don't have to know any programming. You just basically, if I show you, I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but here are all the alerts we've got. Lots and lots of alerts. And down here, when you see the icon, these icons, these are all the filters. So the idea is you create your filters first, because the idea of the filters, you're trying to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So that's why typically, for me anyway, I like a certain price range, minimum volume, things like that. So that's why, otherwise if I just had basic new highs and lows all day long, I could have 5,000 stocks appearing. Okay, so when you say I want that one, are you talking about this one? The basic new highs and lows? Okay, so my setup, which I am sharing, you won't have these two windows, okay, but they're easy to build yourself, but this is my shared layout, okay? But individual scans are available from my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, I'll put it back in. Okay, so there's my homepage link. And here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Including, so if you just wanted the basic, little sneeze in the background. If you just wanted the basic new highs and lows, then, here it is. Okay, now I do want to talk about this window that you see right there called Brokerage Plus. So, first thing I want to emphasize is that we have a tool here in our toolbar called external linking, and we link with many brokerage platforms. All linking means is that when I click on an alert or a symbol, it's going to load into my order entry, into my brokerage platform. From within my brokerage platform, then I can choose to trade it if I want. Okay, that's what linking does. It's a big time saver. If you're like me and you're clicking on many, many alerts all day long, it'd be a real hassle if I had to, see the alert and then type it into my order entry. So that's what linking does. Okay, no more, no less. Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers so that you could actually use this window right here that you see, that's called Brokerage Plus. You could trade from within this window instead of from within your Interactive Brokers account. And how to do that, we have a nice video for you. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you'll be able to do that. And here's a video that explains it all. Okay, the Brokerage Plus intro. And once you watch that video, you'll see how, for instance, you could click on an alert. If you like what you see and you want to trade it, then ahead of time, you can right click on it again, and then you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. You just pick how you want to trade it. Okay, and that's all covered in the video. So that's if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Now, for a lot of you who are new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you want to practice a little bit on maybe a certain strategy that you think might work, you can use our simulator, our paper trader. You just click on the sim button from the toolbar, and now you'll be in our simulator. This is not available if you're using our web-based version. And it's really simple to use. You just click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy it, and if you're shorting, you sell. It's really that simple. I'm going to demonstrate one, show you how you can set it up, how you can add a stop on the chart, a target on the chart. I'm just going to look for one. Look at Oxy. Yeah, Oxy has had a nice run today. Definitely a nice run today. I mean, energy, some of these energy stocks are really making a big comeback. So let's just take Oxy right here. I mean, I'm not saying I would do it normally. Just want to show you how you can do it. We'll take a couple of hundred shares. It's a 1 cent spread, so I can buy it at the market. You see how it shows up right there. There's my entry. Okay. Now, I can put a stop. So now your stop should always be determined ahead of time. You should know where you're going to get out of a trade. That'll determine how many shares you're going to take. So for instance, this looks, let's just pretend this is, it's a little more than a 10-cent stop. And I'm going to put the stop at $20.95. I could do it right on the chart. I'm sorry, no. So I'm going to do it right here, add the stop order. $20.95. You're going to see it's going to show up on the chart. So right there. So if it goes down to $20.95, it'll take me out for a big $19 loss. Now you notice that is a 10-cent stop from the entry. So why I made that math easy, and is that when you know where your stop should be, that will determine how many shares you're going to take of the stock. So if you're willing to risk, say, $100 on the trade, you could have taken 1,000 shares of this one. 1,000 times a 10-cent stop is $100. Okay, so that's why you should know your stop ahead of time. And you should have a stop. Not all trades are going to work. So you should, get out. Don't be stubborn. Get out when you have your stop. And the stop should be based, either on, there are different schools. I would have put this not at $20.95. I probably would have put it just at the low here. It looks like there's decent support in the 2-minute chart right there, so that if it broke down below that, I should be out of the trade. Some people might use a break of a moving average of some sort, but there has to be a somewhat scientific method, not just, well, every stop is 10 cents or every stop is a percent away. All right. Now, if the trade starts working well, you can start moving your stop. Okay, you can start moving your stop more like a trailing stop. Putting it on areas of the chart so if it broke down through a support area, you should be out of the trade. I can also put a target if I want. So let's just put a $22 target. Just want to, so you can see it on the chart. It's hard to see the value here, but on the monthly chart, if it went up to $22, I'd be taken out for a $191 gain. Again, that line is movable. I mean, you know, if you have, you can put a target in, but if it starts approaching the target and it's still trading well, why would you get out? Does not work with TD Ameritrade yet. Do not ask me when it's going to happen. We are still in, you know, we're still trying to iron out any bugs with TD Ameritrade. All right, we do have some active accounts that some of the other traders are using. So, but I have no idea when it's going to be ready. But what I'm showing you here is using our simulator. Okay, our simulator uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. It's using our real-time data. Okay? So I just want to make that clear. So if you're practicing, doesn't matter what account you've got. It's using our real-time data. Now, if I decided that I wanted to hold this one, so in other words, if I don't exit the trade, and I should go over these hotkeys. So if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I would click the flatten button. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your trade, or you could double your position. Okay, if I don't do anything, then it'll carry over tomorrow, so you can practice swing trading with it. Now, I don't have to do it that way. I mean, if I only wanted to trade out 50 shares, I would just type 50 in here, you know, and the price I wanted to get out at. So it's really flexible. I think it's very easy to use. And, you know, before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Yeah, Ali, you know what? The demo is going away. So I hate to tell you that, but the demo is going away. In fact, I think they took the Facebook login off. We're getting rid of the demo. Yeah, because you have, yeah, it doesn't work, the simulator yet. The demo is very, very light in what it used to show, okay? It was just to give you a taste. So the simulator for sure wouldn't work because you need our program because it's using our real-time data. Even before with the demo working, it was, you know, you have delayed data, so useless to work it. With the simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. To have real-time data, of course, you need a subscription. Yeah, there's really nothing to do. You have to have be using our downloadable application, okay, and then click on Sim. And that's really it. It's really it. You know, because then once you do that, then you just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. You can click buy or sell if you're shorting. Yeah, Tang, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. We do not have Canadian charts. Okay, we do scan real time for Canadian data, but it's a little bit, you know, you might, like, I'm a Canadian, okay, so I know of what you speak. We don't have Canadian charts. Ah, okay. Yeah, you just click on an alert and it'll automatically load. And then, as I say, once you get into the trade, then you can do things like if you right click on the alert, this is grayed out now because I already have the stop order. I could modify it though, but you can click on add the stop order. You could add a target order so that these will show up right in the chart. Okay, so we don't recommend it, Irish. Okay, but if you did want to try it in the simulator, you do need our premium service for that. But we do not recommend fully automating the AI. You know, there's some people who will maybe take the trades on the when you get the alert, but then manage the exits on your own. So first of all, you would need our premium service in order to do that. And then what you would do is you would just turn all these strategies on. You have to have the AI tab. It says off right now because they're all off. And then you just would highlight them, right click, and enable 12 strategies. See, and then they'll all be turned on. I'm going to disable them. I do not auto trade at all. All right, guys. So I'm in the one AI alert. And I don't display this window because it's not fair to those of you who pay for our premium service. Well, again, when you say will it tell you, it has a real time, you get an alert. It's up to you to make the trades, okay? You have, it's laid out like this. You have an entry price, you have a stop price, and then you then determine how you want to trade it. So when it says when to buy, there's a real-time alert. Does that mean you have to take the trade right away? Not necessarily. If you want to, you can, but not necessarily. I never do. Look, the vet alert was at 504. I'm not in at 504. I like to see how it's trading a little bit. I like to see, quickly to see how much room a stock has. On the daily, the weekly, and the monthly. Is the 200-day moving average, is it close by? I want to see how much room the stock can go before I'm going to take the trade. So I rarely take a trade right on the alert itself. And then I always manage the exits on my own. Yeah, so that was, when you see that, those are previous AI alerts. Okay, previous. And so when you hover over the buy and the sell, you will see what the buy was and where the sell was, if it made any money on that particular trade. Those are just previous trades. So it can kind of tell you. That's why people ask, can it be used for swing trading? Well, the AI does get out of every trade by the end of the day. But if, for instance, VET, okay, you look at VET. Now it's an energy play, so it's a little bet on energy keep moving higher still. But when you look at VET, you see it's got some room, right? So you might say, yeah, okay, I don't mind holding this. Now, if you're going to swing trade something like this, you better, you were going to have a wider stop. more than likely. But, it's up to you. If it suits your trading plan to swing trade, then, at the end of the day, see how the AI finished up in terms of the individual stock. And then you can make up your mind. Yeah, I want to hold it or I don't. Yeah, all you do is load it from here, from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Then you'll have that window. And you can incorporate that as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning. You just incorporate it as part of your layout. And then you just wait for the market to open. And then you'll start getting the alerts all day long. Okay, so Tang, I'll answer a couple of your questions here. So you can add the charts you want to. So you're talking about, okay, so in our standard version, if you're talking with the app, downloadable app, the web-based version, you can only have 5 charts. The standard, you can have 10 charts. Premium, you can have 20 charts. Okay, so that's number one. To load a chart for the first time, just click on New and then Chart Window. A chart window will pop up, and then you can start duplicating them. You can duplicate till you get all the charts that you want. And in order to change a symbol, you have to left click on the chart so that Trade Ideas knows the chart that you're in, and then you just start typing. Most of the time, the change symbol box will pop up, and then you can click. Then you can hit enter on your keyboard or click change, and of course it'll change. The odd time, if you start typing and this box doesn't pop up, then hit the space bar. Okay, left click and then hit your space bar, and then the change symbol box will pop up. Yeah, that's because I'm on a development version, Dave. Okay? You're talking about all this? Yeah. I'm on a development version. You'll never have all those options. Anything for options? Okay, we do have some option filters. Whether that's going to help you trade options or not, I can't tell you. I don't trade options, but I'll show you what the option filters are. So if I right click, configure and search. So I'm going to type in options. So here are the option filters that we have. Some obvious ones, put call ratio, option volume today, put volume today, and call volume today. Now this one right there, option volume, that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Total of puts and calls, okay, total contracts. And this is kind of the key metric right there, the option volume today %. So if I use that one and I added the filter and I typed in 200 as an example, what that would mean is if a stock over the last, say, 10 days has averaged 2,000 contracts, for me to see that stock today, it'll have to have at least 4,000 contracts. In other words, 200% double. So that may help. So it's going to show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Whether or not that helps you trade the underlying option or not, I can't answer that. Okay? But those are our option filters. Don't understand your question, Tang. How can I have one page only have charts? I mean, you need our toolbar. So if you only want charts, I don't know why you only want to have. Is that your question? You only want to have charts? That's all you're going to use Trade Ideas for? Just for charts? All right. Well, okay. I mean, if you wanted to do that, okay, first of all, you need the toolbar. You have to have the toolbar. Then what you do is you click on Windows, close all your windows. Close all your windows, okay? When you close all your windows, I'm not going to do that, but when you close all your windows, then you'll have a big blank screen. And then, and you're the first person to ever ask this question, but okay. So now you'll have a blank screen. Then you can go to New, Chart window, and then, your chart will pop up. And you can kind of, then you can duplicate it as many times as, well, you can duplicate it up to 20 times if you have our premium service. So you'll just have charts if that's what you want. Does that answer your question? But why would you only want to have charts? I mean, that doesn't, okay, I'm not going to, I don't understand why you'd only want to have charts. I mean, the whole idea of trade ideas is, you create up the events that you want to see, and you click on them, and then they load into the charts. But you know what? If that's all you want, I've showed you how to do it. Yeah, I just don't trade options, Geronimo. I'm not going to. I'm not going to trade options, but I bring it up just for people who I have no idea if it really helps you. If it does, great. Okay, Tang, good. So now it's become very quiet. Not as many alerts. Yeah, the CYTK is, I don't think that person's in the room today. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have chimed up. I like to see it take out, I mean, if it takes out yesterday's high, which is not that far away, it's maybe 50 cents or so away, I'm going to stick an alert there. See if it takes out yesterday's high. Look at the void, guys. I mean, just look left on that daily chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 30, but 21 to 30, there's your void. Gap, whatever you want to call it. Well, you can make it hard if you want, Dave. But look at what this is a very simple setup I've got. All right. What people can get really hung up on is when they click and they see all the alerts and all the filters that we have and say, my goodness, how do I use them all? I use maybe 0.5% of all of them. Okay. And that's it. I keep it personally very simple. Some people, if they have the means to do it or the wherewithal to do it, they might create a very complicated setup, back test it, and all of that. I don't do any of that. Now, in terms of trading, sure, there's experience. Trading is not easy. You need experience, but just a very simple thing that I'm talking about, which a lot of people don't even, they ask me because I'm basically an intraday trader, day trader, whatever you want to call it. And people ask me, well, what's your favorite time? Or sorry, just a minute here. I just have to answer this. Just 1 second, please. And what time period do you concentrate on? And I sort of floor most people when I say, well, I like to look at the daily, weekly, and monthly charts. Okay, and they say, well, how can that be if you're an intraday trader? Well, it's very simple. Because of my setups, which are always going to give me alerts when a stock has made a new high or a new low for the day. So I don't have to worry then about intraday resistance. Now, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade, of course. But I now have the alert. I can see, where is it trading from? What sort of a pattern? Yeah, intraday. But more importantly for me is how far could this stock keep going before it encounters longer term resistance? The only way I can see that is by looking at a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. So when I see a lot of room that a stock could keep moving, that gets me kind of excited, okay? Has it opened yet? I guess it hasn't opened yet. Is that what it's, is it not ANAB? Is it really? I thought ANAB was a symbol. That's not the symbol for Airbnb, right? A B and B. That's right. A, B, and B. Okay. Oh, jeez. So it hasn't opened yet. Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to answer if this is what your question is. You want to keep an eye on charts. Okay, there are only two things, only two options with our charts in that regard. You can either have them linked or unlinked. So if I right click properties, okay, so I right click on a chart, properties, and where it says symbol linking. So if I check it, that means every time I click on an alert, it's going to load into the chart. Obviously, all of these are checked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 charts are checked for symbol linking, because that's why when I click on Veru, it's going to change in all the different time frames. SPY does not change because it's unchecked. Okay? And those are the only two options in terms of linking our charts. An easy way to load multiple charts, I don't know if this is easy, but you load one chart and then just keep duplicating it. So you can't say load 4 charts all at once, but just load a chart and then keep duplicating it. Now what I would do is I would take a chart and you can add indicators on it. Here's my, this orange line is the 80 MA, the blue line is the 20 SMA. On my daily chart, I've got the 200-day moving average, okay? So if you have a bunch of indicators that you want on every one of your charts, then what I would do, is I would, follow the indicators, add the indicators that you want, and then save as default, your chart as default. So then when you duplicate the chart, well, in fact, you didn't really have to do, I guess if you duplicate the chart, it'll show all the indicators. But if you went to new and chart window, then it's going to, it'll load, that'll be your default chart that it loads. My dog. See, I'm hearing a lot more of the background noises because I don't have my headset on with the even in ambient mode. I don't hear most of the background noises. She is a beautiful little white miniature poodle, about 15, 16 pounds. We don't know. I mean, yesterday, DoorDash opened right around noon, I guess, right? Or a little after noon. Used to be you could kind of predict when IPOs were going to open. Typically, they were around 10:30, but there's no official. By the way, Real, I did order that device. It hasn't made its way here yet, so, but I did order that device. See if it works. So guys, the simulated trade, I took an Oxy. Yeah, that I can't help you with, Dave. I mean, you know, I've got a 32-inch 4K monitor. You know, I can't help you with that. Now you can zero in. You can zero in on different areas. If you look at the, I haven't done this for a while, so you don't have to see everything. Jeez. Here we go. Where is it? Oh man. Guys, I can't remember where the zoom is. Is it here? No. Where's the zoom? No, this is, I'm embarrassed. I can't remember where the zoom feature is. Oh, maybe it's... Guys, somebody got to help me to find the zoom feature. No, it's not. Normally, it's pretty simple to see where it is. I apologize. Well, I'm sure somebody knows where the zoom feature is. So I'm sorry, I can't seem to find it. Basically what that would do, it would allow you to zero in, you know, on a certain area of my chart. No, I'm not talking about, no, there's a zoom feature within the room here. And so it'll take this and it'll zoom in. That's crazy. Why can't I find it? Nope. Anyway. Well, maybe you can do it. I mean, I know the zoom, you know, that's the general zoom feature, but as you know, there was something within the room that I could just zoom in. But anyway, yeah, I guess you can use control a plus. So how do you minimize each one? Well, you just click on the minimize right there. That's a minimize right here. That little is a minimize button. I'm just helping somebody who says they can't hear. So do a refresh. There's the, you can't hear me, but there's the refresh. I just don't see it though. I don't see the magnifying glass anymore. Rodax, I don't see it anymore. You know, I know what you're talking about. There should be a magnifying glass somewhere around here. Anyway, if you can find a magnifying glass, that's how you can zoom in if you wanted to. Well, hopefully today will be my day for gremlins in my system. I hope. So here's another. I mean, some of these little oil plays, BPT. I don't even know. We don't have a float for it. We don't even have a float for it anymore. Yeah, so look, I mean, there's Veru. I'm going to show it now. I don't mind showing after the fact, but there's another nice alert. Veru 491, 530. I know it was popping up here too. I don't know where the first one was. So the AI had a little bit earlier than I had it here. But the AI had it almost exactly to the penny. I had it in my watch list at 492. AI had it at 491. So very, very close. All right, little gong action in the back here. AMCI, AMCI. Wow, another one of these SPACs. I don't know who they're looking at. Trying to see who they're looking to potentially merge with. Yeah, so I'm watching. So these are two columns that I like to have. One says max P&L and the other says distance from exit price. Okay, that's blank right now because I obviously intuitively I've not exited the trade, so there'll be nothing in there. I like to see these two columns. I'm going to get out of this trade right now. Okay, I'm going to flatten the trade. So I'm out of the trade. Okay, just took me out of the trade. Close for $86, all right? The max, if I had been able to get out while I was still in the trade at the very, right to the top, I would have made $107, okay? Now this distance from the exit price, so this is telling me, now the distance from the exit price is also going to tell me how good was my exit. So I mean, we can't realistically expect to get the absolute max. But for instance, if that said 107 and I exited for a loss, that would not have been very good, obviously, or exited for $10 gain, that would not have been very good. This is though also telling me how far away from the exit is the stock now. Now, if it was a long trade, I'd love to see a big negative number here because that means that it really dropped from where I exited, which is, of course, would mean that was a good exit. If this turns into a big positive number, well, that means my exit wasn't that great, and maybe I have to work on my exits a little bit better. So that's why I like to have these two columns. It gives me an idea how good are my exits. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm really interested in that CYTK. Not yet. I want to see it take out yesterday's high. That's why I have that's that price alert line. That's that blue line right there. And so the theme today definitely are these little energy plays. Well, maybe even the big ones, but certainly these little energy plays. That is definitely the theme for today. I'm just waiting to see if this is a big float, not very, but VET. It's a big float. That's one reason why it's not super dynamic right now. Big float for VET, 153 million. I'm just wanting to see if I can have that pop though. Another little bio. Not a low float though, 48 million. Pretty large float for a $1 stock. Look what it did in the pre-market. Didn't see that, of course. 138, got as high as 138. Through the 200-day moving average, easily. Guys, I just want to check something now. I think we've got that. We still have the stupid pop-up, but oh well. But I think now they've made the X a little easier to see. So now I'm not getting the pop-up. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to do that. To do it in an auto trade fashion. There's no way at a certain price. I mean, look, this has been talked about for quite a long time, okay? But with our price alerts, what you really are looking for, and I'm talking to UX, with our price alerts, and of course you would just set a price alert, and when it hits, then you could trade it, auto trade it, or whatever you want to do. Right now, the way that works, you cannot set it up to auto trade at a certain price right now. Okay, can't do it. Yeah, I'm not 100% Irish. I think it's just looking at, and that's why I don't even bother with this. Are you talking about these like this, these numbers? So conservative, moderate, obviously the AI not having a good day today. Oh, that's on Holy Grail. Let me get them all up. Let me just see, get them all up, and let's see what the. Yeah, still not having a. Though you can easily trade it around a lot of these. So is that what you're talking about? That's if I think if you invested 100, took 100. Oh, okay, that means it. Okay, that probably means it took 5 trades, one of which is still open. Okay, if that says 5-1, 5 trades, one is open. See, I do apologize. I never use it. I never go there. I just care about the alerts themselves. That's it. That's all I care about. And I trade around them. I use it as a watch list all day long. I mean, some of these, worked very, very well for a while. Look at Very, 491. I mean, it got up to 539. Now, how in the world, if you're a trader, would you have not taken some out here? Okay? Things like that. Now, I do see a target was hit at 511. To me, that's a pretty tight target. That's why I'm saying, for me, the best way to use the AI and what we recommend is managing the exits on your own. But he's talking, Ryan, I see what you're, well, let me think about that. But I think he's talking about he wants to trade at a certain price. Okay? The alert windows are you're never going to get an alert at a certain price in an alert window. You'll get an alert at the high of the day or 5-minute highs, things like that. But yeah, I know. But he's saying, well, I want to trade Veru as an example if it goes to $5. I'm using all. There's not one. That's why I'm saying I don't care what segment of the AI. Here's Holly Grail. Here's Holly Neo. Here's Holly 2.0. I don't care. I just want to see them all. I don't worry about which each one is looking at. Okay. So I'm using them all. Yeah, if he wants to set at the high or the low, but that's not what he said. He's saying, I want to trade Very at, I'm just using it as an example, at $5. Okay, I mean, there's no, you cannot set that up automatically. Our price alerts will eventually, but we've been talking about this for a long time. Eventually, you'll be able to trade your price alerts like that. Well, listen, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I've never ever thought about it, but how could I do this? Edit trading strategy, order details. He's talking about a specific price, right? A specific price. So I just don't see how you can do it here. I may be wrong, but I don't see how you can do it. How you can't put a specific price. But if somebody has been able to do it, by all means, chime in. Yeah, he's talking auto. Yeah, the dreamer. I mean, he's talking about auto trading it. But why get so hung up on auto trading it? I mean, unless you're leaving your computer or something, because you can get the price alert, and then you can just literally, then you can just trade it. Guys, this CYTK is getting really interesting. Unfortunately, we're in chase mode right now. Yeah, okay. So, Patience, maybe. I'm going to ask the question again. All right, guys. Yeah, I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes or so. Jamie Hodge will be in the YouTube feed starting at noon. I'll give you the link for that. The website I use to find IPOs, sure. I'm sure there are many out there, but this is the one that I use. Okay, so that'll bring you to the last 100 IPOs, but you can click on the calendar right there, the calendar, and that'll show you the upcoming ones, including the biggie right there. Look at this one. So there's the A, B, and B. Just, I don't know when it's going to open, but I agree, Ryan. It doesn't seem quite the trouble. I agree. I saw your comment. It doesn't seem quite, and we're just kind of waiting. Well, I'm not going to trade it, but 3.5 trillion. Wow, billion. Sorry, trillion. Is that trillion? Billion. All right, guys, I'm all out of the vet. Small gain on the vet. All right, so you see what I was talking about, and Real just mentioning the oxy. So what's happened here? I'm noticing a lot of the energy plays are starting to do this. But anyway, so you can see right there. So I am 54 cents underneath where I exited. So that'd be a pretty good exit, obviously. And here we got Planet Green Holdings, PLAG, super low float, 6.5 million in the float. This looks ripe for a William specialty. Yeah, this just got wireless telecom group. Okay, look at the float, 20 million. It's pretty low, not super low, but low enough. Just got halted. It is a volatility halt. Do not see any. Don't see any information on it other than it's a volatility halt. Volatility halt. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it will open at 11:58 plus 49 seconds. See what sort of room this has if it opens. Well, not if, but when it opens. All right, so this is not an IPO. Okay, I had to back this out a little bit more. Okay, so if we have to go back to 2018. We have to go back almost 3 years, January of 2018, before we start seeing these highs. Oh, right there. Okay, so sorry, May of 2018 before we see these highs looking left. I mean, if it can find its way through this 260 level, then it has room to that 320 odd. I'm not saying it's going to do that, but... And let me just see what it's stacking up to be in terms of the bid and the ask. And yeah, it doesn't look too promising. I see 236, 242. So it's not like there's a giant gap so far. Well, I don't call these strategies. I call these ideas. These are the ideas that I focus on. That's it. What you see is, I have a couple other things I glance at, but these are ideas. I hate to call them strategies. To me, a strategy is something that's been back tested, like the AI that gives a certain profit factor, win percentage, etc. But I mean, maybe this is just semantics, but these are ideas. These are my favorite ideas. QTT. Oh man, look at this one. 259. Yeah, so the problem, we wouldn't get it right here from here because at the beginning of the day, the actual high for the day was up here around 265. So I had to wait for that break. That's why we didn't get, well, that's not bad actually. Got the break right there on that candle. Got the alert on that candle. Okay, Jamie, thank you. I will stop my stream now. So I will wait for you. All you have to do, we'll get this. This will be the time you and I both get this right. So just tell me, say, Barry, start streaming now. Okay, that means I know I can start to stream, and if I boot you out, it's okay. Okay?
Okay, I think that was a successful transition. Welcome to my desktop, everybody. If somebody could just let me know via the chat panel if you can see and hear okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Sibirk, thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Aya. All right, we're good to go then. And Barry was just talking about a little WTT here, getting halted. What a nice little move up. Probably already had to be in that one instead of chasing, but not a bad little percentage move. We'll see if it holds up. Hello, everybody. So, not exactly a gangbuster day today as far as overall market activity. Little gap down, back up to highs. Now we're getting weak again. We can check out the relative volume level over here on the SPY. Significantly below 1. Q's a little bit perkier, but market action pretty much the same as we just kind of ebb and flow in this new little range up here. Previous ceiling becoming the floor thus far. Good bit of time left in the day, so we'll see what's in store. More weakness, back up to the top. Not a lot of volume today. That is correct. It is a bit choppy, a bit lackluster, so to speak. And Holly is pretty much reflecting that. If we're checking out the trade blotter here, 7, we got about 13. We got 13 signals here so far today. And just pretty much scratch on Holly 2.0 and Neo, and the original 1.0 down a smidge. Oh no, it's not just you, Sibberk. It is just one of those days, a little digestion day. No big macro news hitting just yet, but as we all know, that can come at any time of the day. Maybe a stimulus type of news announcement. Maybe, maybe not. So let's see here. What was I doing? What I've been doing here, ladies and gentlemen, is just kind of going through the recent IPO list. Let's see. What's Dash? Dash went public yesterday. Second day of trading today. Certainly not a small stock. Already trading in the $170 range. And boom, overnight, we get a $60 billion market cap on DoorDash, delivering that food. New spin on an old idea. All right, we got a little mover here coming through my window here. Cellus Life Sciences. Check out the action here on the 15-minute. Coming through my high volume window here. Next higher low telling me that this is how much it has. This is how much room it has. So if we go back here when it first started running at the 930 area, this next higher low column is telling me if this thing gets up in boogies, might have a $1.59 in it. And we can see it's already eaten up a good portion of that as it cruises higher. Basically this column just telling me what I'd have to go over here and ferret out on the daily. Basically taking us to this level here. And that is way back from November 5th, it looks like. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's take a peek at the weekly. Ooh, there we go. Okay, now we can see exactly what these areas might be on the weekly. A little bit more clean, clear cut there. Don't know exactly what the news might be or if it's just volume related, but speaking of volume, and you know what, I forgot to bring my pen out here, so give me a second. Check out that relative volume though, 321. Little stock usually only squeezes out about 400,000 shares a day, but is already well over 20 million for the day. B plus disconnects frequently. I just changed channel, but it happens often. Okay, Sibberk, so is that in simulated mode or are you referencing live mode at IB? Yeah, just let me know if that's live or simulated. In the meantime, your other question about what is it, the stock composite rating? Well, if we take a look at this top list right here, this is a top list that Steve put together quite a while ago using the score as one of its primary metrics here. So you can see in the score column right here, I'll just put this guy in the middle of the screen. The score column is what we're looking at right here. And you can see the different values, okay? So number one, the score filter is using a variety of technical as well as fundamental data points to create the score and reference the name, the A table. Steve's reference here is the A table, you know, like the kids in high school, all the smart kids sat together at the A table at lunch. In other words, this scoring system is just like the old scoring system from back in high school, college days. An A is in the 90s up to 100. B is going to be the 80s, and down into the 70s, that's going to be more like a C or an average type of setup. So we can key off of these numerical values here. These are just going to be the more intact technical plays. So that's pretty much it. Now, as far as the aspects that are involved in creating the score filter, we can always come in here and get that exact definition just by clicking on Yield Help button. And once that comes up, we'll just sketch over the, give me 1 second here. Seem to have lost my browser. Okay, here we go. So the score filter, get rid of that guy. Stock composite rating, it's our proprietary formula that Andy and I believe Michael came up with using technical and fundamental strength, using over 15 metrics, mostly technical, but with some important fundamental data points in there as well. In other words, this is our version. If anybody's ever used the the IBD ratings, this is our spin on a metric such as that. Yeah, and as far as which technical indicators are used in that score, that's proprietary, so we don't bust out the formula there for obvious reasons. So, Sibrick, you're saying your B plus in simulated mode keeps disconnecting. Interesting. As we can see here, I'm connected, right? I'm connected to Trade Ideas, paper trading. I don't have anything on the blotter just yet, but I could easily do that. But that is odd because of all the connection issues, typically they're associated with like IB, where you're having to go through the API, whereas the connection to Brokerage Plus within TI paper mode is just directly to our servers. Let me ask you this question: how many days has your Brokerage Plus been disconnecting in paper mode? Is it a recent development, the disconnects in TI simulated mode, or has it been ongoing for a number of days? Because who knows what could be causing those disconnects. What you can do, though, is you can send in your trade logs, and we can see from the logs where the disconnect might be occurring and what the cause might be. Okay, so it's an older issue. And you've sent in your logs. Have you gotten any feedback from those logs? Or have you done that before? Because other than going through the logs, that would be the first place we would start. But that is a very odd occurrence. Haven't really heard a lot of that before. Okay, so you've sent in logs, no solution. Yeah, I wish I could help you right here and now. I just don't know where I would start with that. Could be, I'm sure they've already went through the basics, like are you behind a firewall or behind a VPN or anything like that. Okay, just as a reminder to everybody out there, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have any questions about anything TI related, just go ahead and throw them out there in the questions panel. Been keeping an eye on this top list. I had converted an alert window that I handed out a couple of weeks back in the office hours webinar, the marble block, and I'm thinking to myself, well, wonder how that would turn out as a top list. So I've been watching this one for the past couple of days. Nothing earth-shattering just yet. Earlier in the day, there were a lot of stocks on here that tended to go up off the open, just like this SFL did. But it seems the landscape has changed a bit. There's another one that had a nice run off the open. SAT's recently getting beat down to an all-time low here. EchoStar teetering on the precipice here. Busted through the floor and is basically what we call in the hole there. All of these stocks doing some significant volume today. Yeah, these ones at the bottom here, with the exception of MMSI, taking little legs up, but just kind of 50-50. But as you can see, the volume levels on all of these stocks, well above 2 on the relative side. But today it just doesn't seem to matter, with the exception of a few runners like we were just looking at earlier. A lot of stocks not getting any upside or downside traction today. Here's an interesting one, Tusk. A lot of these energy stocks getting legs today. All right, I see your question there. When we trade on B Plus for TD Ameritrade, do your trades show on Thinkorswim platform and app? It's a very good question, Vladimir, and I would love to answer that question. I have not yet opened a TD Ameritrade account. I'm waiting, for a little bit more of the bugs to get worked out. I know that Chris has been experimenting and testing the platform or Brokerage Plus with the Ameritrade connection. So I tell you what, I'll just back channel him real quick, and we'll see what he has to say about that. We'll see what Chris comes back with on that, Vladimir. And there's been a lot of talk as of late, which $0 broker dealer is going to be first to become active, distributed out to the users. Is it going to be Ameritrade? Is it going to be E-Trade? And last time I spoke to the developers on that topic, they were thinking that it was going to be a pretty even race, that they might get distributed at the same time. But we don't know until it actually goes down. All right, well, we're waiting for that response to come back. I'm going to go back to perusing some of these IPOs that have come out as of late. Now, we were talking about Dash earlier. Obviously, with 1 day of trading, can't make a whole lot of sense on a, let me get back to daily here, can't make a whole lot of sense as far as, pattern recognition goes, unless you're just playing the highs and lows of the previous day. But what we can do, since we've only had 2 days of trading, and this is the full history on the 15-minute candle, we can use the handy tool up here, the little anchor, the VWAP, and once I click on that, I get this little arrow and I anchor to the first day of trading. That's going to show us the volume weighted average price of all trading since it came public. Interesting what's happening here. I'm not sure what Dash was priced at. This is where it opened right here. Opening tick was 182. Like I said, I don't know what the issue price was, but got a little bit above, and now that purple line, that volume weighted anchored VWAP, is acting pretty much as a little ceiling there, a little resistance. So notice the 10 period as well, below it as well. So until this thing reclaimed that volume weighted average price, probably wouldn't even consider making a long trade in this one until it firms up a little bit. Let's see if we can find one a little bit older. Pub M, 2 days on Pub M as well. Let's see what the anchored VWAP says on this one. Kind of looks the same as DoorDash. Well below it thus far. Oh, thank you, Phil. So the offering price was 102. That's what we call a hot IPO, ladies and gentlemen. Opening tick was, once again, 182. So if you were lucky enough to get IPO shares at 102, wow, what a significant gain on the open. Of course, those IPO shares, not exactly easy for me and you and the rest of the retail trading world to get hands on. Most of that stock goes to institutions. All right, doubled in. Let's see. Running both live and simulated accounts simultaneously should not cause any issues, right? Good question. Good question. So basically what you're doing is you're connecting here not only to simulated but to interactive brokers as well, I'm assuming. I'm not real clear on that. I haven't personally tried that. But you tell me, have you been experiencing any issues if you've been doing it for a couple of days? You know, since it's connecting to us locally, and then we have the API connection to interactive brokers, theoretically, I don't see where there would be a problem unless you were in the same positions, right? Of course, you could point to different accounts within your Brokerage Plus window, right? You want to look at simulated, or do you want to look at your live account, right? That's how we would differentiate. Now, the only confusion that might come in is if you were looking at all accounts and then you had position XYZ as a live holding at IB and then you mingled some in demo mode, that might cause an issue. But as long as you're pointed to the separate accounts, I don't see where that would be an issue. Let's see if Chris said anything about... Okay, there we go. Okay, so getting back to your question, Vladimir, Chris is telling me, yep, it does reflect in your Thinkorswim ladder. Chris did add the additional comment, it loses the connection at some point, so we're still, doing a little troubleshooting on that. There's a token that has to be refreshed, otherwise the connection will drop. So we're working on a way to auto refresh that token so you don't get disconnects. But that is a thumbs up on showing in the Thinkorswim ladder, just like what you would see from your trader workstation within IB. That little SLS kept on a trucking, still taking a little breather. All right, back to the IPO hunt here. Pubmatic. Let's see. YQ is a recent one as well. A little bit more days. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could anchor on the daily, but as long as we can squeeze all the information. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see where YQ's hanging out. This little guy's traded well. All right. YQ well above the anchored VWAP. Notice how it was acting here. Then boom, A little tester back down to here. A little move higher. Very interesting on that one. Offer price on this guy was $10.50. What do we open up at? Opened right on the money. Priced at $10.50, opened at $10.50. And this is always the type of pre-market IPO activity that you hope for. You know, since I've been in business a very long time, going all the way back to the early 90s when I was a broker on the other side of the fence before I became a trader. One of the big things, and I'm sure it still is in that retail world of being a stockbroker or whatnot. Oh, the next best thing to getting an IPO, if you can't get the IPO shares, is in the aftermarket. Well, in the case of YQ, would have worked out just fine. And some of these other ones, not so much. Yes, and I as well. I'm looking forward to testing out the Ameritrade version as well. I just need to get off my duff and get the paperwork done. Get that account opened. All right, let's take a look at another one, SEER. All right, another one that's doing well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of trading. Let's do the anchor VWAP here. Boom. Nice little action in that first day. And, you know, the anchor VWAP was, I learned about this from one of our friends, Brian Shannon over at Alpha Trends. An IPO, trading it on its first day, obviously we don't have a lot of, you know, we got 1 day of history on the daily, so we can't really make sense of that. But if you anchor on the first candle of the first day of trading, that can act as a very nice guide. This is a classic example right here in the first day of trading with SEER. Notice how it acted as support here, and then boom, little launch pad action, and ever since then, it's been well above. All right, SGTX. Same song, same dance, 5 days of trading. Getting some decent action here. Anchor to the first day of trading. And whammy, on up. Lots of IPOs, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of IPOs cranking out. And speaking of IPOs, what I'm going to do here is go check out, show you guys our new channel that we just brought online a few days ago. It's called the SPAC channel, or actually it's called the Blank Check channel. Blank check coming from a reference to a SPAC, SPAC. What is a SPAC? Special Purpose Acquisition Company. Seems to be all the rage as of late. You know, the IPOs that we were just looking at are traditional IPOs where the company does well, they start getting courted, or they start expressing interest in going public, and then somebody like Goldman or Morgan or whoever else out there gets the deal. They raise the money, and boom, the IPO goes off. Well, the Special Purpose Acquisition Corps basically find a shell company that's already publicly traded, could be on the Pinks or the bulletin boards or the small cap, and then they find a company that wants to go public. They raise the money, they give the company the money, and then they back the company into the shell, and it becomes a new entity, and it's publicly traded. Okay, so it's just kind of like a different form of an IPO. But a lot of these things have been making some crazy moves. That's why we came up with the Blank Check channel. So here you can see a top list. And if we right click and configure and pop into the symbol list, it's going to be pointed to a list of SPAC type companies. So when we're cruising through here, you'll notice Silver Spike Acquisition Corp, Trident Acquisition Corp, Hennessy Acquisition Corp. These are all acquisition corps, Some of them have made their move already. Some of them have not. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pin this window, cruise back to, oh, that's not what I want to do there. We'll just cruise back to my one of my defaults here. Why did I get that? Are you sure you want to exit? That must be from a different app. Okay. All right, let me just unpin this so I don't forget about it. All right, so we're going to go back in time here a little bit. Let's see if I can recall the symbol off the top of my head. I'll be amazed. All right, so I want to say there was a stock, HCMI, HMCI. I do know that the AI traded it not too long ago. Well, hey, Mike. How's it going there, buddy? Always good to see you. Let me see if I can find this stock. Let's see here. I want to say it was back maybe on the 7th. That's not it. Oops, put it on the wrong day. We didn't want to go to Sunday. Okay, I'll try one more day. I know it wasn't yesterday. Maybe it was Friday. Okay, we're getting warm because this is the day that the AI threw a really good buy signal out on Yalla. All right, one more try here. Maybe it was Thursday. Okay, well, I'd be remiss if I didn't just go ahead and check the whole week here because it's going to drive me crazy if I can't find it. There we go. Okay. This is the symbol that I was looking for. GMHI. We can see way back on the 23rd, as soon as this thing, got one day of kind of waking up out of its slumber here, and then a big day where the AI tried to short it. Didn't work. But I got this one on my radar. I'm like, man, this thing's strong. Well, this was basically a SPAC type deal because notice the last day of trading here was the 2nd, right? That was the last day that it traded because this was a SPAC type acquisition. The stock then became, let's take note of when it closed too on this big green bar here. We got a close of $18 right up here. Notice the last tick. Well, this stock became Laser. And Laser opened at $23.75 and ran all the way up to $47.80, almost $48 before taking its little pullback here. So from this 10 and change all the way up to 18, halt, do the conversion, all those shares become Laser shares, and then boom, here we are. So this is a great example of the potential of one of these SPAC type plays on the longer term time frame. Needless to say, we can't just close our eyes and buy them and hope that they do this. We still have to exercise risk management as we do with any trade. But just an interesting example of one that behaved like this. And I think Dan is well positioned in that one. CDNA, let's take a peek. Oh yeah, this little guy getting some legs later in the day. Notice the 10 period is in full control thus far. Hold on, sounds like my phone's blowing up on me here a little bit. Let me just make sure. Okay, sorry about that. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. I just have to respond to urgent message. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Okay, sorry for the delay there. Just had to put out one small fire. I hope it's been extinguished. All right, CDNA. Yeah, back on point here. And not bad on the relative side today. Not exactly the smallest. It's still what some might consider a low float. Typically we consider 20 million and under, but not the biggest float on the planet. Not looking too bad on the daily here from what I can see. Let's see how, there we go. Yep, even on the weekly, we're well into new high territory. Blue sky country for CDNA at current levels. Not too bad. So I was also talking about this. Let's see, it appears I opened the wrong layout. In addition to the SPACs, the SPACs, I started noticing a correlation between the SPAC window and things that I was seeing show up in my smoke and fire top list, which is a pretty simple top list, just looking at things that are trading and doing at least 10 on the relative volume level. And I started noticing a lot of these things were showing up. Don't see as near as many of them today, which is interesting because they're all kind of taking a break. The symbols with the plus signs, okay? Well, take a look at what these are. These are the warrants for a lot of these trading, a lot of these SPACs. So if we look at ASAQ plus, we can see up here warrants, right? Of course, if we just remove the plus sign and type in ASAQ, then it's going to show us the underlying common, Atlantic Street Acquisition. So when things start to heat up, these warrants start to heat up too because they operate similar to options. Each one of these warrants is going to be giving you access to the common at a certain strike price. So we can see here ASAQ 11.50 per share, but if we look at the common, they're not in the money, right? So if ASAQ ever gets to 11.50 and beyond, then these little guys are going to give some good action, kind of like an option that gets in the money. Once they're in the money, then you have the potential for dollar movement. When they're out of the money, not so much the case. So that's another interesting thing to keep your eyes on, is when these companies reach the strike prices, then it would make sense, if you're looking for more leverage, to play the warrants instead of the common, assuming they're liquid enough to trade. So like I said, not near as many of those showing up today, but man, last week it was a different story. It seems like that was all that was populating this list. And lo and behold, they are also all SPACs. All right, I'm going to continue through. Let me just check the questions panel here. Looks like we're caught up. So while I'm waiting for questions to come through, I'm just going to keep plotting through some of these older IPOs at random here, because you never know what price alert you might want to set. Okay, SHC making its debut on the 20th. So let's anchor the VWAP on the daily. Okay. Loss control here. Obviously, the low way down here. So might not be a bad price alert. If we get back above the volume weighted average price, we'll get an alert. If it never does, great, no harm, no foul. So we'll just put that a little bit above that level so we can see right when it starts to peck on it. 26.41 would be a good level. And we'll put a little note in here, anchored VWAP. And that was SHC. All right, how about MRVI? This one making its debut on the 20th as well. Let's do the old anchor. Well below. And this little guy, low yesterday, kind of holding up here. But sometimes, you know, there's a lot of selling. This brings to mind an insurance company that IPO'd not too long ago that I've been keeping my eyes on. And I thought to myself, when it was back here, I'm thinking, the bottom might be in. But earnings were coming up on December 1, as we can also see from the single stock window down here. It's like, yeah, not gonna try to bottom fish with the earnings coming up. And then we can see earnings were released following day, a gap down, little area down here. And just past couple days, I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe it's done, but nope, looking like it's gonna peck at these levels. Will this level hold? Don't know. I'm going to keep watching this one because it's not exactly a small company. Looking at market cap at these levels, keeping in mind that the stock is pretty much, let's see what the high was there. Stock almost hit 30 bucks and now it's down below 15. So, you know, when this thing went public, we were already at a $7 billion market cap. Now 3.5. Pretty severe haircut. So definitely going to keep this one on my radar. And, you know, when we do the anchored VWAP on this one, we're like, oi, look how far below we have it here. So no action, but we'll continue to monitor this one. Let's try to find one a little bit older here. Let's go back to October 30th. Is when LU went public, and there we have it. All right, interesting. This one tried. Notice that the anchored VWAP kind of acted as supply. Now we're taking a leg back down. But I tell you what, I'd still want to know when this one gets back up here, so you know, keep an eye on it. So we'll just call this one. We'll make it get through there by a couple of pennies. We'll just say 15.21. Neo Games. Well, the video game world is all a flurry today because, well, the video game industry surpassed the movie industry many, many years ago. So it's big business these days. All the video game manufacturers, Activision, all that good stuff. Recent release of Cold War, kind of disappointing a lot of the gaming crowd out there. Everybody seems to be waiting for the release, which occurred today officially. Today's the 10th, of a new game called Cyberpunk. You may have seen the commercials with Keanu Reeves, but from what I've read thus far, if you've got the old consoles, the PlayStation 4, the Xbox One, it's not working so good. Not working so good at all. So it'll be interesting to see the backlash on that. Of course, runs fine on the newer consoles, but they just came out, so there's not a lot of supply out there. Of course, waiting for Christmas and all that good stuff. But this one, Neo Games, not sure what segment of the gaming industry. Looks like this is an amusement and theme park business. So not necessarily video game. Online lotteries and games. Okay, the old sweepstakes machines, depending on what state you're in. If you've ever walked into a convenience store and saw something that looks like a slot machine, it's not really a slot machine. It's what they call a sweepstakes game. Operates, walks, and talks just like a slot machine, except different for some reason. I'm not sure on the details. But anyway, if we anchor the VWAP here on Neo Games, yep, acting as resistance. All-time low. So on a new issue like this, I might be interested in two different things here. Number one, if it gets above volume weighted average price, we'll just call it 2175 here. A VWAP. Or if it comes down here and punches new lows. Might want to know about that too. I forget how many days an IPO has to trade before it becomes marginable. But hey, setting the price alert, seeing it unfold when it goes, and then if the short looks good, you try. It's either borrowable or it's not. But we would set an alert also at the all-time low, which would be 1860. We'll just call it 1865 here. And this one would be to the downside, so if the price falls, yeah, we want to short all-time low. All right, we got a question here. Trying to build a scan to find former runner that went high and crashed down and hit support with a few days consolidation. Well, let's see here. Okay, so here we have the THMO on the daily. So let's see here. That went high. So are we talking about it went high here or it went high back here? What exactly, which high point might you be referring to there? Because I'm assuming you're talking about consolidation down here. Would that be, would this decline and this little consolidation be what we're referencing here? Which would be more or less a bottom fishing strategy at a point, but then waiting for days of consolidation to form on top of that. So, that's a couple of different moving parts that we may or may not be able to fold into the same scan. Okay, so this is the proper area. So this would be my first day of interest, right? The big move down in the wick, all right? And the wick bouncing right off of this area that acted as support at the time. Just kind of cruise back here. Yeah, and of course it's going to belly up to this level back here. So, the stock had been lofty, and then we had how many consecutive days down? We had 1, 2, 3, 4 days down. So, just kind of eyeballing the daily chart, maybe that would be where we would start. How this stock got on your radar when it was up, right? Because you were saying it goes up, then it comes all the way back down, then it consolidates, and now it's trying to take another leg up. So clearly here, the trigger would have been, I guess, and you tell me if I'm guessing correctly, right at the high of that candle there, 235, because the consolidation had already occurred, the bounce acting as support, and then we get this little encroachment here. So it seems like this would be kind of a multifaceted thing. You create one alert to find the stocks that are down and hitting support to put onto a watch list, okay? But once again, we're looking at this pattern in retrospect. So if we're looking at the day range here, which is always a good go-to in things like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5-day range would be a good place to start for watching the bounce, right? So maybe something like 1, 2, 3, 4 or more consecutive days down on a top list, maybe. And then once you target the stocks that are exhibiting the down days, then what's the next phase? Then we have to see if they consolidate or if they do find support. If they do find support, then we have to look for our entry once that level is broken. May 1st high. Okay, so we're looking way back here. Okay, you know what comes to mind here? This is a perfect example of when to anchor a VWAP, okay? Because, when we were looking at those IPOs, yeah, you're anchoring to the first day of trading because there's a very limited amount of trading history. But that's not the only place you can anchor. So let's do this. Anchor to this day. All right. Interesting. Okay. Wow. All right. Look at the volume weighted average price way up here. That's a big divide right there. So not really what I was expecting, I was expecting something different, but hey, you never know until you try. Well, what I'm thinking about here is, yeah, that was a nice big blow off top there, and I think I anchored to the right day, but let me see here. Well, what did it anchored for me for some reason there. I didn't even click on it. Let's try it one more time. Okay. Yep, and that appears to be right. So way underwater here. Interesting action though, because check out the volume weighted average price. Boom, 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 resistance, and then big swoosh down. The 50 period tried to catch it. Nope. Lower and lower, and then just over the course of the year, down, down, down. So now that I'm looking at this pattern, boom, 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 synapses start to fire in my old brain. It reminds me of a window that I haven't watched in a very long time. Let's see if we can find it. Trend change lubricant factor. And this is one that Dan came up with a very long time ago. Okay. Not going to be identical to what we were just looking at there. Let's see, THMO, once again, pull it up. There we go. And look at this pattern, basing pattern. Very similar. This one coming off a rounded bottom right here. WTI, more of the same. So you see how we're pulling up similar charts now? Interesting. ARVN. Another little, not quite a rounded bottom, but man, that one right there. This one, liking that action. But all of these stocks coming off of very steep downtrends, very similar to what your THMO was doing there. So let's conduct a little experiment here. Just doing a little time check. All right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to check out the filter settings. And this one keying off of the position in year, position in 20-day range. And then what we're going to do, I just kind of wanted to take a peek there, is we're going to collaborate this filter setting into an alert window. We're going to paste it in there. All right, and it always gets rid of the time column, so we're going to chunk that guy back in there. And what was the day? It was May 1st on this blow off top here. Yep. Or actually, April 30th, right? Yeah, April 30th. So, oops. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go back that far. Dang it. I forgot about that. History only goes back 64 trading days. I was thinking that I could just pull this thing up and go back and see if THMO had been triggered, but they trigger down here, so I stand corrected. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to point. We're just going to review the history, only looking at THMO because I was thinking about it in the wrong way there. But you know what? I need to recheck these filter settings for price and everything because something simple like that could keep it out. Oh goodness, give me a second, ladies and gents. Okay, sorry about that little diversion there. I'm getting solar panels installed on my house, and that's the delivery guy showing up with all the gear. So I told him I'd be with him momentarily while we continue to look here. And yes, Ali, I can certainly drop this into the chat in the form of a cloud link, and hopefully you guys can grab it. I know that the chat on YouTube is kind of weird about cloud links sometimes. Okay, notice this. It has to have a minimum short float of 15% for that little added special sauce there. But check it out. While I was out there dealing with the delivery guy, we got some hits on THMO. Let's expand the time column out here. Okay, so not bad. Not bad for spitballing, okay? And, you know, back to your original question, hey, can we find things like THMO? And I'm thinking, well, there's a lot of different moving parts. Okay, what's the first part of the thing that we want to identify? What's the second part? And then pattern recognition, right? I've seen this before. Let's go find that old window that, you know, things fall out of favor, things come back into favor. This one, you know, this has got my creative juices flowing now because, you know, finding THMO before the thing happened or after the thing happened of the big blow off top here, that's you know, obviously if you went long here you would have been disappointed, but it's definitely showing you something that you would like to keep on your radar, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, Renee, unfortunately, we do not have EMAs available as filters, okay? Notice if I type EMA into the search field, I get nothing, but we've got plenty of SMA filters and alerts. No EMAs right now, only available on the chart. Okay, so before I forget to do this, let me drop the cloud link for the trend change lubricant window into the chat here. All right. I just dropped it in. Let's see if you guys can grab that. Sorry for the beeping. I don't know if all of you are like me, ordering tons of presents off of Amazon. I just thought it was a normal Amazon delivery, but nope, about 2,000 pounds worth of equipment. Of course, it comes at the timeliest, the most opportunistic time. All right, we got, look at this guy right here, edit. Wow. AI signaled it right here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 before a 7-day run. Not too shabby. You know, we get a lot of questions all the time. Hey, can your AI, do you have an AI module for swing trading? And at present, no. All of the AI modules are geared for intraday hold times. Having said that, that does not mean that some of the intraday signals, once we review the longer term chart, might not be good or might end up being good swing trade candidates. This is clearly one of those cases. You know, we can mark off several different areas of interest here. Getting out of this little area of, area that previously acted as supply, busting out, and boom, just taking off like a rocket. You know, once it got through that little tranche, where might it have bumped its head a little bit? And we can see on that day, yes, bumped its head a little bit, but on the next day, stronger open, stronger close, boom. Brought to your attention by the AI on the intraday time frame. But after a little review, a little, throwing some lines out there, can show us a good swing trade. Yeah, Kevin, the marble block, if you're referring to the alert window, that's what I like to call a large base strategy that shows really good statistical numbers, but still with a very large trade count, right? And that one was designed, if my memory serves me correctly, the exit time was get out at the open day after tomorrow, right? So a little over a 1-day hold. And yes, that was designed around a swing trade hold time. And the marble block strategy was given out so that people could further optimize it. You know, if you start off with a really good read on statistics with a large sample, well, then that is a fertile ground for further optimization. Kind of like if you're mining for gold, you kind of want to go where people have found some gold, or where your geological survey has told you, yes, if you go dig here, there's a pretty good chance that you might find some gold. Of course, there's always the chance that you might not. But that was kind of like the thought process behind the marble block. I recently converted it into a top list as well. And it only has a limited number of stocks on there, but it's not like I'm jumping into these. I'm just going to scroll through and see if I see anything interesting materializing on the daily. Like XP here, getting weak. Little area of consolidation. Today, we're trying to put in a doji. So if this day closes with a doji, might be one to keep an eye on. Maybe it takes a little pop back up. Maybe it doesn't. Most of these I'm not going to have any interest in, but hey, if you scroll through 10 and find one interesting setup, like a BRP here, taking a little pullback right to the 50 period, wicking off of it again. Maybe it's going to wedge up for a higher release, maybe not. but definitely one you might want to keep your eye on. Mike, good question, and I don't have all of that information readily available to me right now. Maybe I can forward you that information a little bit later. When I was doing my initial research, I know that they're not the most efficient and they're not the least efficient. They're, I think, kind of in the middle. It's SunPower, I want to say off the top of my head. Yeah, I just got tired of the $400 electric bills here in Texas. SLS doing it again, as my ticker indicates here. And boy, like if we... All right. Let's see if Barry has made his return yet. It sounds like there's a transformer outside of my house. Yes, Barry. Yes, you can start streaming. I didn't even realize we were at the top of the hour already. All right, guys. It was fun. Hope you guys got something out of my little spiel there. Thank you very much, Barry. We'll see all you guys on the flip side. I'm going to stop streaming now.
My patented term, severe rippage. Look at this. I mean, what was I saying before? Where the potential resistance was going to be 1440. It is blowing that. Look at this. I mean, this was up to. I'm sure what happened is this did a reverse split at some point with that float, 9 million in the float. They probably did a reverse split. So that's why this is not, I don't think this was ever truly a $90 stock. But split adjusted, that's where it would have to get. Yeah, well, it might be interesting. Yeah, we have to take a look. What was that one you were talking about? IMMP? 2 splits in the past. I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Well, why does anybody do an IPO? Kaiser. I mean, I do an IPO too. Unbelievable here now. I mean, this is one of those, now I'm not going to say it's going to get to 100 like the other one did yesterday, but it'd be nice if it had just a little bit of a pullback. 1 for 50, yeah. Hopefully they don't do if they're going to do an offering, do it after hours. Yeah, there are no short shares for me also for SLS at Interactive Brokers. But your guess is as good as mine when you would short it. I mean, it's sure people thought here. At some point, it's going to be a wonderful short if you have shorts. But I mean, it's picking it, and it moves so quickly you can get wrecked. Sangamo. Okay, Sangamo. See, the problem with Sangamo is, to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance on the daily chart close by. I mean, look at the SLS. To contrast it, there's just no resistance. So I know I said I wanted to take the next one, but ah, yeah, well, I mean, there's no resistance, you know. I mean, looking at the charts, there's just absolutely no resistance. The only resistance, really, is people finally wanting to sell it because they're taking profit. I mean, but in terms of on the chart, there is no resistance whatsoever. Just a minute, please. All right. I mean, look at Perry also. So Perry, whatever you do, computer programming services, out of Israel. Okay. Look at Perry. Another one, I believe. No, maybe not. Okay, no, this is. I mean, only 21 million in the float. Hard to believe they never did a reverse split, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So, I mean, you got to go back to there's really no resistance, guys. I mean, you have to go back to 2015 here, 2015. So you have to go back to December. You have to go back 6 years before we see these same levels. I don't consider that resistance. Now, when I say that, that's not the. I'm not in. My inference is not that it's just going to keep going up. I'm just saying that there's no chart. There's no real chart resistance for it. Yeah, GovX has it has had a spike. What did it get to yesterday? Got up to 740 yesterday. So this looks I swear this is just piggybacking on Stellus. Now I don't see that there was any specific news for it. At least there was some news for SLS. There we go. Okay, in 2018. Thank you, Torps. You are my good little analyst. I love it. I don't even have to ask. Yeah, just sort of. That's okay. You're a master of that. You don't have to be a jack of all trades. You can be a master of that one, okay? I'm really watching GovX here, guys. I want to see how well it holds over 5. And let's see, what was the high? The high, well, still negative. It's still down for the day. Thank you, Asia. Asia in the YouTube feed is sort of your clone, Torps. I'm waiting for the next one, guys. I really am. I mean, this Angamo just didn't appeal to me because of this right up here. as it starts moving higher and higher. I'm going to be left behind. Well, you remember a few months ago, this was my absolute go-to window in the afternoon. Absolute go-to. Used to get lots of great percentage moves here. And this is the basic new highs, no repeat at 12:30. So if anybody wants it, I'll just pop it into the room. All right, pumper is on LMD. LMND, okay. What's the price of that one? All right. Not a bad IPO. Look at the first. So it's now it is an all-time high now. Lemonade. Meanwhile, yeah, I do remember GovX. Anybody getting into it new though, they don't have any history whatsoever. All they see is that wow, it went from 3 to 7 yesterday or something like that. That's all they see, not realizing that it would have to go from 3 to about 10 million to get back to a break even for a lot of people. The best one was our old friend Dries. When you saw their high, it was set, like I can't remember, it was like 200,000 or I can't even remember what its high had to get back to a break even. Look at the volume that came into GovX. Look at the selling pressure that came into GovX. This is why we wait. But look at this. I mean, look at that volume. Big topping tail. Well, I was waiting to see how well it held 5, and guess what? It didn't. Well, as long as you're having fun, Mike. Come on, give me another inexpensive one here. A little bio or something popping in here with a relatively low float right into this basic new highs, no repeat. Meanwhile, this one continues to go higher. I know Real was talking about a potential turn here, but not yet. So Real, if you can hear me, you know, this is the reason why I put a 2-minute chart up. So in your opinion, is it still kind of valid to wait for it to cross below the 2-minute before you even take a look at a short? Say for two, well, in general, but take a look at TRQ, but just in general. Remember, I added this 2-minute chart, I don't know, a couple of months ago. I hadn't had one up for years. And the reason I did is that, because I think I asked the general question, well, you know, how do you really know when something is topped out? Yes, you know, I mean, I can see it is broken on the channel, but maybe the break on the channel, but then also a break on that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. Okay, so what I see, I do not see. I do not see on the 30-minute. I do not see a break. But again, just a general question though. You know, are you still waiting? Fine, it's broken, but I know that doesn't mean you immediately take the short just because it's broken. Are you still kind of waiting to see if it breaks the 8 EMA in the 2-minute chart? Okay, Kevin, I'm going to answer your question. This is a question from the email, from the YouTube feed, and this could be, you know, something that other people would like to know. So the question was, how do you convert a top list to a strategy for backtesting? Okay, so Kevin, I just want to make sure, can you hear me, and are you going to be able to see? So the first 2 minutes. So okay, so when it does break, then you will start to take a look at that. See, this is what I see. I mean, this is the trading view. This is what I see. You know, so you're right. It hasn't broken the top of that channel. Okay, Kevin. So watch what I do. So I'm going to take a top list window. Let's take this one. My earnings play up. Okay. So the first thing I do is I right click and I collaborate. And then I copy. Okay, so basically I've copied the window. Next step, from the toolbar, go to New, and then Alert Window. And start from scratch. Load the settings. And say OK. Now once you do that, it's going to, a little pop-up is going to say, hey, you've selected no alerts. Do you want to return? Just say no. Just say no. So here is an alert. Whoops, popped on my other monitor. Here is an alert window. All right. Next step, right click, collaborate, and guess what? Paste. Okay. So now, if I look here, configure. Here are the filters. Here are the filters that I had in here. Now, in order for you now to do a back test, because you're always going to see this heartbeat, don't worry about what the heartbeat is. Now you have to pick an alert. You know, new high, new low, whatever you want. Okay, let's say I pick a new high. Okay, once I pick an alert, it then changes the title also. Instead of it saying edit me, now it's earnings play up. Earnings plays up. Just like here. At this point now you can backtest it. Okay? Great. Yeah, well, I see on the 2-minute chart there is it's starting to break down. Okay. Okay. Well, okay, but even okay, even this one, it was piercing the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. And then, but I'll look at 8 EJHT. Yeah, so I see this, and I know real that yours is going to maybe be a little bit different. This is what I'm using within TradingView. So there's a piercing there, on the 15 and the 30. But it is not taken out on the 2-minute. It has not pierced below the 8 EMA. So now you were looking for the move below this. Okay. All right. Okay, so now, so this is the top. Okay, so it's moving down. I see on mine it hasn't pierced. It hasn't come to the bottom of the channel. Maybe on yours it does. I don't know. Ooh. What is the name of it? How am I going to find out that name? Man, I'm not sure. I've been using it for so long now that I'm not sure even how to find the name. And I don't want to accidentally. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I think it's SMA/EMA with LR. Okay. I think it's well. I think it's. I think this is it. SMA/EMA with LR, linear regression. I think that's what it is. Okay. And we are kind of looking to cook up a bit of a deal with TradingView, which is why I don't mind actually showing the chart right now, or those charts right now. Yeah, nice. Wow, look at the volume, guys. Yes, nice, nice. Look at the volume that came in. Now the highs are it's still well below the highs. The high was 8, but look at the volume that is coming into IMMP. It's a charting program. Okay, that's what it is. It's a charting program. It's called TradingView. Pretty popular. And we're trying to work out maybe a cross promotion with them. No more in the new year. I don't know. I mean, it might be SMA/EMA with LR, linear regression. It's been so long, and I can't even remember how to pop out the full name. You know, I've left it like this for months. I'm not getting mad. I just don't remember. I gave it to Cam, so maybe if Cam says that that's the one. I kind of think it's a little bit cool because it gives you a little cute little like buys and sells when on the channel, like when it breaks either on the top or below. Ah, okay. What do you DMS? Eee. You know, it popped up and came right back down. And we link really well. I mean, it's a very easy link. You know, just loads the charts from our linking tool, so it loads very very well. Yeah, this DMS is pretty erratic. I mean, it's been up down. What's the volume like? 3.2 million in the float. Where are they out of? Seems some Florida companies today. Yeah, I doubt it, VJ. I mean, it's a cross promotion, so it's probably only going to be for new premium subscribers. Not all the details have been worked out, but I mean, it's been brought up, so I'm pretty sure something is going to happen. Well, all I know is that I will back away from the accounting part of it. I'll, when it's finally available, I'll indicate, and then after that, our support people will have to deal with it. All right, there's the GovX right back up. Pretty erratic. Let's see if it can hold 5 this time. Thank you, Cam. Okay, that's it. Yeah, you're grandfathered in to Torps. As long as you maintain your subscription, we will never raise the price. As long as you maintain your subscription. We have people, you know, I mean, obviously I don't have to pay for trade ideas anymore, but I was paying $39 a month. That's back in 2010. And that, you know, even though they raised prices after that, I mean, that was, you're grandfathered in as long as you as long as you maintain your subscription. Yeah, in those days they charged, if you gave them I think $200 up front, and then it was $39 a month for forever. Yeah, I mean well, of course there was no AI back then. I mean it has completely changed product. Not just the AI. Even if you didn't take the AI, I mean there's no, it's not even well, I guess you'd call it a reasonable facsimile, but it's completely and utterly changed. There you go. Lloyd pays $38. Just in case you thought I was exaggerating. Oh, I have no idea, Kaiser. I honestly have no idea. Okay. I found that one. I mean, there are a ton of them out there. Okay, on trading view. I have no idea. I haven't tried them. I've tried maybe a couple of them. I like that one because I like the presentation of it. I like the little colored lines. I like the sell. I like the buy. That's it. I'm sure they're almost all the same. Okay, so Cam gave it to you. He this is what it was called, I guess. Okay. All right, now Sid, man, oh man, this is a Brazilian stock, I believe. Yeah, Brazilian stock. Big float. So I was looking for a lower float coming into here, but that's a massive float, 640 million. I mean, it's up 14%. Look at these Brazil. I bet you a lot of these Brazilian stocks will look exactly like that. Well, maybe not exactly, but the last 2 months anyway. Boy, you have to leave GovX alone, guys. It's way too whippy. Way too whippy. Look what it did. It almost got back up to 5, and then nope. And then it's way too whippy. I tell you, if you're not if you have trade ideas and you're not using our price alerts, you really should. Okay, it really saves you. Saves you in a cut. You don't have to stare at a chart to see on a break. You just set the price alert and you forget about it. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Minimize your price alerts window. So minimize the window. So you minimize the price alerts window like I just did. And boom, you see what happens when you get the alert? It pops up on your screen. See what happened? It took out right there. That line was blue when I made the alert. Now it's green because it happened. The alert happened. So it pops up. Sort on the triggered column, so you'll see it right at the top. And you can put a sound alert on it. Same thing, the actions. Well, I know somebody mentioned Chris before. I do have Chris actually thumbnailed, and I was kind of paying a little bit of attention to it. And a little pullback there, and then a pop, and look at the volume. They just came into Chris. You beat me then by... Hey, Kaiser, I don't know, okay? I don't... This is what I have. I have no idea how... I have no idea how I set it up. I did this months ago, okay? So I don't recall making any changes to it, so. Look at the volume into Chris here. This is interesting. There's yesterday's high. It's trying to get back up to yesterday's high, maybe. Let's see the same thing. How well does it hold over this 8? I mean, that's a lot of volume that came in. You know, compare it to the previous, you know, you got to go back to 12, 14. That's a big volume bar right there. Uh, 300%, not today. I mean, it's, you know, it's been up certainly that maybe that much here, but it's up 3% or 3.7% today. But there's really no resistance. You know, there's yesterday's high. Well, so when you ask me how it looks, all I can say is that, I mean, it's still, there's some volume came in. I want to see how well it holds. 8, looks like it's holding it well. And it's just, the only resistance area really is yesterday's high, 846. I've been using the 30, definitely the 30. Real told me about the 30, so I've been using the 30 and the 15. I only have 2. I could have 3 charts up, but I only have the 2. 30, I think, is 30 and 15 probably. Meanwhile, by your talking to me, Cam, you just cost me money. Go slink into your corner. I was going to take the Chris. You know, he's just saying it was holding well. It was at 805, 806. I was going, okay, let's take it at 806. Maybe a quick trade. Definitely would have been a nice quick trade. And I'm just kidding, Cam. Okay, I mean, anybody new into the room, I'm just teasing him a bit, sort of. All right, now the WTI, let's see, let's look left on that monthly chart, 264, a little bit above that, 267, right there, and 397. So on that monthly chart, there is, and on the weekly chart, the next high is around 3. So this has got a little bit of room. Okay, it didn't show up in the resumes. So as I say, it's not 100%. It's not foolproof. And $145. Okay. Okay, WTI. There's Sangamo. Yeah, well, for me to get into this one, it would probably, well, I don't know. There's kind of the area right here, taking that out high, taking that out low. It's not shortable for me, so I'm talking about the SLS. All right, look at that GovX. Okay, be very careful. I mean, this was amazing yesterday, some of these, but I mean, you be very careful. How's the BNTC doing? See if it, yeah, we need some new blood in there. That is funny. Yeah, we know it. Yeah, we know. That's funny, Xanadu. I know you, and you know what? You're a good man. You didn't take the credit for yourself. But that is very funny. Real. Yeah, so it's up to you, Irish. It's not the answer you want, but this is the answer you're going to get. I would have this window open when you get the alerts. It's up to you to trade them. Okay. When you say when do I take a trade, when do I not take a trade? I mean, it's just it's up to you. I mean, if today would not have been a good day to take every single trade and get it out exactly when the AI got out, or if you left it in. Today was not a good day. However, there were great pockets of pops that you could have easily, if you had been managing the exits, made a great money. Okay? So that's why I'm always saying, manage the exits on your own. But it does take some trading experience. So when you say how to take info, I mean, again, it's up to you. You'll have an entry price, you'll get the real-time entry price, and you'll have a stop. After that, it's up to you to manage the trades. For instance, I only really like to zero in on the ones under $20. That's me personally. That doesn't have to be you or anybody else, but that's me personally. So I took the vet. I did take the vet. It didn't turn out great. I was hoping for a lot more. But, the vet, there was the alert at 504. I didn't take it at 504. I waited a bit. I wanted to see how well it held 5. And got in there around 509, 510. I had a little, I obviously it would have been nice to get out at 525. Would have been a nice percentage move. Got out right around here. So it was okay, but nothing fantastic. But why did I really take the trade? Because of the monthly chart. Because when I looked left and I saw the next high looking left was 750, I'm not thinking it's going to get there, but I'm thinking, man, okay, I don't have to worry about chart resistance. So that's the analysis that I put on every single alert I get from, well, every alert. But, the AI is just like an alert to me. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. That's what I do. There's no video. People ask, I need a video on how to trade the AI. There is none because, how you trade it, how I trade it, how other people trade it can be completely different. The only thing we don't recommend is fully automating it. In other words, get into every trade and then get out exactly when the AI gets out. We don't recommend that. I mean, it'd be great one day if that is, if we ever figure out how to do that, that'd be awesome. Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely not there, and it may never be there. There's too many things happening in the market. So even though those strategies that have been optimized for today are in theory the best strategies for today, optimized in such a fashion, but it doesn't mean they're all going to work. So when you say how has it been set up, what do you mean by that exactly? Do you mean what filters and things like that a strategy is using? Yeah, no, they're all proprietary, so we don't hand those out. If I would, I don't even have that, but I mean, if I showed you an AI strategy, you would see many, many, many filters. Okay, I mean, this is not a strategy. I don't call this a strategy. It's an idea setup. Very few filters. But if I showed you, an AI strategy, it could have 30 filters in place. And what happens is, then once the market closes today, then the AI takes a look at every single strategy and then starts making adjustments to the filters. It could make an adjustment to the filter value. It could take a filter out, add one in. That's why even if we gave you an AI strategy today, it could look significantly different in terms of the values and maybe even the filters 3 days from now, because that's what the AI as a computer is going to work. Sort of like this. Now let me back test. Let me see if I can do a back test on this. Now, it's never a good idea to back test during the market. It can really slow down, but we'll see what happens here. Okay, that's not bad. So this is not going to back test well. I'm just showing you, though, what the AI would go through. Okay, so let's just say this was a wonderful looking strategy, pretty good looking strategy. Then the AI looks at the optimization and there's a way. Okay, then look at all the filters that we've got. The AI could, I don't know exactly the ins and out how it works, but all these filters, you know. So what if I said, well, what would happen if I, added this filter, the change from 1 minute percent, and then put, 0.5%, and I added that filter in? What would happen to the strategy? All right. And what if I did it on the 10 minute? What if I did it on the 15 minute? What if I, did something else? I mean, look at all the filters. So that's kind of what the AI runs through as a computer. Maybe adding a filter in, taking one out, adjusting filter values. I mean, you and I could never do it, of course. And that's why most of our customers, even though we do have that backtest feature with our premium service, most customers don't do it. And I don't. So, I don't even attempt to. I used to, a long time ago when I had more time. But, I'm at the point now where, I'm letting the AI do that kind of work. And then, I'll kind of pick and choose the ones that I like. I mean, you could say the Veru is good, but it was choppy. But Veru now, but again, this is something you can follow all day long. People get very hung up on, well, I saw the alert, I got the alert at, it was 491, and now it's 496. So, your AI is terrible because I can't get in where I want to get in. Well, they're not designed to make 6 cents, 10 cents, plus look at the pullback you had. You had many opportunities if you wanted to trade this one. Yeah, so the recommendation usually is maybe to use moderate, okay? But that it is only if you are auto trading, okay? That's the only time it has any significance. What conservative means is getting out exactly when the AI got out. Every one of these strategies, well, they have a hold time, okay? There's a time stop. Most of these are almost to the end of the day, okay? So, but obviously if a stock got stopped out or what we call a profit save or target hit, things like that, it'll get out. So those are the conservative exit reasons. That's getting out exactly when the AI got out. Moderate and aggressive. Moderate is sticking into the trade. Well, these are what if scenarios. What if you stuck in the trade the entire day? Okay. Unless you got stopped out. That's why moderate and aggressive are virtually the same. That's why I like to sort on the aggressive column. I look at this aggressive column, and this is, okay, what happens if you had that trade, kept it all day, regardless if the stop was hit? What would have happened? And I sort on that column so I can see the winners all day long at the top. I don't care about these guys. I'd love to be able to say, all you have to do is turn the AI on in the morning, commit, $100 a trade or whatever, like on a stop loss, depending on your account size, and just run it every day, wait to the end of the day, count your money, go on to the next day. I'd love to be able to say that. Well, I can say it, but it wouldn't be true. Well, I mean, it depends on how quick. Oh, real. You're talking to real. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Jason. The ones that are, yeah, I mean, then these two right here, vet, still in the trade. These three are still in the trade. They haven't not exited in an auto fashion in conservative exit reason. That's exactly right. Well, this one, Clean Spark. Wow, look at the volume coming in. Now this one, look at this on this monthly chart. Now, again, this is EV play and EV sector play. I call this EV infrastructure. So there's the high looking left, 1514. 15, so that's no issue. So you've got to go back to over a year ago to get to these levels. The high was 2250. So I mean, that's something to shoot for. And again, to answer your question, also Irish, though, I've seen many, many times where it could be still in a trade. Okay, now I'm going to use this as an example. Okay, this didn't happen, but I've seen this many times. So look at VET as an example. Okay, so there was the alert at 504. Now I've seen many times where a stock has gone. This could have gone 504 all the way up to 560. Okay, and then it's come right back down. Yes, the AI is still in the trade, has not exited anything from that trade. Well, if you do that as a trader, then you're doing yourself a disservice. I mean, if you had a stock that went from 504 to 560 and then started dropping, you have to take some out. I mean, those are just tremendous percentage increases. So I've seen many times where that's what happens with the AI. That's why I'm always saying, manage the exits. Sometimes, the entries can be pretty darn good, but, the exits are really the key to maximizing. So if you think of this more like a watch list than, the magic money machine, I think, for most people, I think that it'll be a lot better served. It's not what people want to hear. They want to hear that they can just automate it and just let it run. And I get it. I mean, if you're brand new to trading, that has tremendous appeal. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. Can we look at pre-pandemic pricing? Pricing of what? Just have to go back on a monthly chart. Here, right here. This is February and March. This is the pandemic. These are the two big pandemic months. My guess is that so many charts will look, have candles like that on a monthly basis. Especially, depending on the sector. But I mean, energy got absolutely crushed. I mean, but let's just take a look at jets. As an example. Where are you? So, this is the airline ETF. Well, look what happened to the airlines. You'll see many, many candles on a monthly chart that look like this. So, pretty simple to see pre-pandemic. Here's pre-pandemic. Pandemic, and some industries, have really not recovered. I mean, this is recovering, but not really. I mean, it still has a long way to go. Whereas if you look at, look at the SPY, here it is. Okay, here's these 2 months. All the way down here, I mean, obviously an amazing recovery, mainly with tech stocks. So, does that answer your question? All right, now I'm somewhat interested in this Talo, T-A-L-O. It happened here, 9/11, and it pulled back. There's the, excuse me, sorry. There's the high, which is look about 917. So there's the high, 917. If it takes that high out, again, what do you see when you look left? Look, I mean, look, just look left. Look left, and then you're going to see the next high on the daily chart is way up here, 1085. So you can kind of see that if it can take out that high right there, you know, and get some decent volume while it's doing it, you don't want, you know, if you get a bar like that, a little bar like that, taking out the high, it could continue. So low float, 18 million in the float. So what to do? Easy, just stick an alert, price alert, 916. There it is. If it happens, now I don't have to stare at it. I don't have to keep staring at it. So if it happens, I'm going to get the price alert, but I'll also see what the volume is. IB Lite does not work with Brokerage Plus. However, maybe some movement on that in the new year, but right now, no. No guarantees. I'm still, you know, somewhat amazed. Well, I guess the people that have pro, like myself, I mean, you know, they don't care about the pittance of a commission that you have to pay. So that's why I guess they created the two. They don't care that that Trade Ideas doesn't connect to their light version. Well, as Real said, I mean, I don't think there's probably not a big. I mean, slippage. You can't get away from slippage sometimes. I mean, only if if you're asking about, you know, how quick a fill is, things like that. But listen, Real would not be using it if it was terrible with that regard. But slippage overall, you know, cannot be helped. You know, a stock that is moving like crazy. You know, if you think you're going to get filled, if you think you're going to get filled, you know, exactly where you want to, you will not, you'll be very disappointed. So that's why you have this limit offset, you know, with any strategy you create. Look at Veru now, man, oh man, VERU, what a move. But this limit offset, so that is saying, right there it says minus 11 cents. I think you guys have a default of about minus 0.3 or 2, I don't know, but you can change it. But what I'm saying is that is saying, okay, if I get an alert at 9:45 and it's a fast moving stock, how far outside of that alert am I willing to take the trade? So in this particular case, you know, you'd be willing to take this trade all the way up to 956. No, I mean it doesn't happen that often that it'd be that dramatic. But one of the questions we get a lot of, hey, I've got the AI and auto trading, and I'm not getting any, I'm hardly getting any fills. And the reason is that your limit offset, the limit offset is low, and it's a stock that might be moving fairly quickly, so it's not going to fill you. You know, just because even if you're auto trading, if a stock is moving really quickly, you probably will not get the fill. Had somebody say yesterday, zero. Yeah, basically zero. We had somebody yesterday that had 1 cent in the limit offset and was wondering why. Well, first of all, think about it. The only way you're going to get a fill if you have a 1 cent offset is if the spread is 1 cent. Now, I'm not saying it never happens. Of course, you know, I'm looking right now, but I mean, SLS right now, I mean, the spread is, I mean, and it varies. It's not like if you have a 1 cent spread right now that it's going to be a 1 cent spread all day long. So it's also the timing of getting into the trade. I mean, we do have a spread filter. Man, Veru is just... we do have a spread filter. Okay, so there's a spread. So you can maximize the spread, you know, put 5 cents, okay, five pennies as an example. So if you get an alert, so this is a filter. So if you get, let's just say you're looking for stocks, you know, minimum volume, price range, a few other filters, plus this one, and you're looking to get an alert when it makes a new high. When it makes that new high, absolutely the spread will only be a maximum of whatever you put here. That doesn't mean that the next second it could be 6 cents or 10 cents, or it could go down to 2 cents. You know, the spread is it's a moving target. Yeah, what is my rippage? What there was the word in front of rippage. I can't remember now. Serious rippage, thank you. Okay, Torp, so only if, and that goes with your own strategies too, okay? Not just the AI, but you have a way in which you can say, leave the trade in for a certain length of time. You know, okay, time and force. So, you know, in this particular case, it says 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So Torp's question was, okay, you get an alert at 6:51, you've got a slippage of 5 cents, immediately at 6:56, so you wouldn't, or 6:57, you would not get a fill. But if it pulled back underneath, you know, within, say, the 5 cent offset, you would get a fill as long as you got, you know, sufficient time and force, as it's called. So you can, I don't know if there's a maximum, I mean, but there, you know, 3 minutes and 20 seconds is probably, you know, good enough. The prior day was a gap. Well, the gap is today, yes, but let's see. All right, so the change in the previous day, change previous day, that'll show a gap. Okay, so you could add the filter and you could put whatever the change in the previous day, whatever number you think is a good gap. Now, are you talking about the first print of the day yesterday? Oh. The first print of the day yesterday. The only thing I can think of, let me just see. It won't be anything easy here, so it might require, if we have the data point for yesterday's open. So let me just see if we do have a data point for that. Then you'd have to create. This is live, Roger. It is. It is live, yes. Imagine that. Let me just see if we have a data point for yesterday's open. Okay, so here we go. So we got close, today's open. Meanwhile, Sangamo completely didn't listen to me. Okay. Okay, previous day's high, low, open. Okay, so we do have the open. Okay, you may be able to. I never tried this. This is this kind of weird one. The close from the day before yesterday. So it's possible you could create a formula with the previous day's open minus this one, the close underscore P. Does that make sense? Which looks like it's the close from the day before yesterday. Have you created a custom formula before? So you know what you're doing? Okay, good. So you can try this. I mean, I don't know. This one for sure is going to show the open. Not 100% sure that this is going to show the close from 2 days ago, but it might. It looks like it looks like that's what it's saying. The day before yesterday. That sounds like 2 days ago, right? Should work. So that'll give you the dollar. That'll give you the dollar amount. Okay. So you can use that formula then and see what happens in terms of the gap. And you'd have to, if you want it as a percent, you'll have to create the formula. Just use these, divide by 1, multiply by 100, all that sort of stuff. Okay, I'll let you do that if you want to convert it to a percent. And then now you will not get an alert. Okay, not an alert, but you can use. What I would do is I would create a top list. And I would do something like this. So position in previous day's range, add the filter. So notice here, I mean, this is why this says 100, because these are all going to be above yesterday's high. If you wanted, and we don't have an alert for that. But if you wanted, you could create a top list window and say, I don't know, you'll have to experiment, make that 95 and 98 so that it's not quite at yesterday's high, but very close. Okay, makes sense? And create a top list. And then what I would do is I would sort on this, on that column then. So you'll find the ones that are very, very close to yesterday's high, not quite breaking it. Now, if you just wanted to see them, then you could just, but it's not going to be an alert. It'll be a filter. Let me know how that works, that formula. It should work. I mean, according to the definition, it should work. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, 50% now on now. How do you think this? I mean, look at this. The entry was 491. Look where the AI got out, 511. You know, that's why I was saying use this like a watch list all day long. Forget the notion of trying to automate the whole thing, because I mean now it's at 725. We had many opportunities to get into this trade again. You know, if I'm not doing what I'm doing, you know, I would have been glued to this one because it's exactly the price range that I love. You know, and it had some basing right here, a little pullback here. I mean, all sorts of opportunities. Ah, okay. Well, I missed these ones. HEPA. Okay, so this is another little farm. It's actually for it. It's a big float, almost 30 million in the float compared to the other. But look at HEPA. I mean, got hammered here. The high 2 days ago was what, 184, almost there. You can see if it can take this out somehow. The 200-day moving average is way up here. So on a percentage basis, it has room to run. So again, just stick an alert. 184, see if it takes it out on some volume and see if it can keep running from there. What do these guys do? Or what? Miami. No, this is, you know, I don't see any. Okay, well, they had earnings yesterday. Okay, they had earnings yesterday. So that's December 9th pre-market. So they had earnings before the market opened yesterday. Nice reaction, really. 326, got all the way up to 4 something or other before it pulled back, and then today. And then Wainwright, and it's broken through. They suggested a price target of 6, so it's way above that now. So there are news catalysts for this one. Earnings plus an upgrade. So guys, what if I shut the room down at around 240? I'm itching to try to get this Bluetooth thing settled. I mean, Real can keep the room open, but if somebody said, I think was it Jay or somebody said that or anybody that has some computer expertise that can help me with this Bluetooth nonsense, would be very, very appreciated. I mean, I have some knowledge with computers and all, and I'm kind of beating my head up against the wall on this. And if nobody can stick around, that's okay. KK, well, you sound like you're my man. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think there has to be one or two. Okay. And PC based? Well, I'm sure you must know PCs. And listen, if you can't help me, I understand. I'm not expecting a miracle. It's just it's happened to me once before, and I can't remember what I did to fix it. If I can fix it this time, I'm going to write down the instructions. Oh, excellent. Okay. I'd even let you come into my computer. I've got a team viewer, so I'd even let you come on in. That's how much I trust you. Because remember, I do have your address. Okay, so maybe at about 20 to 3, if that's okay, guys. I mean, if you want to keep the room open till 3, fine. But then I can explain to you what's happened. And all right, well, there's Veru down. I mean, 789 lost $1. Just remember, this is just a 2-minute chart. That's a rapid decrease, not shortable for me. Oh, I'm glad I could make your day, Cam. And there's Veru halted on the way down. So, KK, if we do a team viewer thing, I'll private message you, okay? I don't want to put the codes out there, so I would just private message you. And we might not have to do it. It might be something very, very simple. Yeah, you sound like our old friend Dusty Nugget. The last today was a great week. Are you talking about Veru, Zach? So you have, of course, with your magic broker, you've got shorts. You always have shorts. Yeah, I've tried them, KK. I have. I'll explain to you exactly what I've done, and I'll be able to do a screen. At least I'll be able to, show you what I've done, and I'm tearing my hair out. Guys, this HEPA is really interesting. I mean, look where it's breaking. Even if it doesn't happen today, keep an eye on this one tomorrow because, I mean, it's got the percentage room. I mean, there's the 200-day, 270, 269. Even if it got up to 2 tomorrow and based and then started to move, and it started to approach, this area, that'd be a great, great percentage move. How about CRISPR? Did it move the same? Because CRISPR and Edit used to, and what was the other one? NTLA? NTLA was the cheap one. Yeah, I mean they've all moved. Maybe Edit is the most extreme, but they've all moved. Yeah, my tablet's fine, KK. My Bluetooth is fine on my tablet. It's just on my desktop. Let me let me tell you what the situation is. So a little preamble. So now you're asking me. I'm not sure. So this is what's happened every day, forever, except once. I can't remember. Maybe a year ago. I connect my Bluetooth device that I use is my headset, and I go here and I try to connect. Now, I disconnected, I disabled or uninstalled the Bluetooth that's in system, and it's reinstalled again. But of course, everything, all my devices now, I'll have to reconnect. But what it said was not connected, not connected, not connected, not connected, Bluetooth not available, something to that effect. Okay, so and then they'd say, oh, we'll just have to go and into your down. Well, you can't see it, but in your task, what is it called? There you've got all these little icons, and the Bluetooth icon is not there. It's not there. Ooh, reset Bluetooth memory in the taskbar. Ooh, I mean, in the task manager, you don't mean here. You don't mean here. Obviously, you don't mean there. They can't. It's not there. Okay. I don't have Bluetooth. I don't have it in my taskbar, do I? Taskbar settings. Oh, I see. Okay. I might let you go come into my system. I don't. I have my wife would kill me, but okay. Let me just do a search though on what you just told me. Here's my device manager. Not here. Well, so this is what I did. I did uninstall the device, rebooted my computer. It came back, but that didn't help. And this doesn't, this, and I've scanned for hardware change. I've updated scan for hardware changes. I've updated the driver. It says, best drivers already installed. Okay. I'll just move it off the monitor or move it off that screen. So how do I boot everybody out but you? I don't know how to do that. Look at this DMS. This DMS is upsetting me because we had the original alert. I'm really tomorrow. I swear I'm going to watch this window like from 2 o'clock on or 1 o'clock on. Great alerts from here. Settings. Well, whoever gives me the answer has a free pass to the trading room for a year. And I'm just kidding, everybody. The trading room was free in case people, what? I didn't know I had to pay for this. Ah, there's another thing I want to know. Why does, just a minute. Just a minute, got to get you back. Every now and then when I, really jiggle like that. Jeez. Okay, just a minute. Yeah, I don't think I have to do I don't think I have to. There was no update. There was no update overnight. So I don't know what you're saying, but I don't really think I should have to. God, this DMS. Look at this. There was the alert. I sort of disregarded it because it was so spotty. But man, okay. So I'm back to normal, sort of. I'm gonna. Oh well, I'm glad I waited on the HEPA. Definitely glad I waited on the HEPA. Let me stick the alert just over 2. Maybe it happens tomorrow for the HEPA, HEPA. Almost have a red bar, well, in fact, we have a red bar ignored right there. So on the daily chart. But I don't think this is I'm talking about trying to, this is on my desktop, okay? This is on my desktop that I'm trying to look at this. That I'm trying to attach any Bluetooth enabled device, like my headset, like I've been doing forever. Okay, and then one day you wake up and it says Bluetooth not found. Well, I went through an install, an uninstall, an install, check for drivers, things like that. You know, it's frustrating because when you go online or you do a search and they just say, "Well, switch it on." Well, there isn't a switch. No, I'm not explaining it right. If when I try to connect right here. Now, typically I'd see all my devices that I was able to, but it basically, after every one of the devices that I have, all my headsets, it said, can't connect, or Bluetooth not found, something like that, like a very strange. Yes. And I fixed it. Well, I fixed it. I mean, I muddled my way through it, and somehow I fixed it, and I did not copy down the instructions or whatever the heck I did. No, it's not a matter of A2. Okay, I have all my other devices have Bluetooth, and they're all enabled. They're fine. It's just my desktop. But I have faith in KK. No, all the devices. I mean, the only reason we don't see all my devices here that I had is because I did an uninstall of the Qualcomm Bluetooth, and when I installed it again, all the devices are gone. Easy enough, to usually to add the. Oh, this is what it's going to say. I'll show you. See, couldn't connect. Couldn't connect. Yeah, I need to repair. Yes. No, I understand. I know how to do all that, but obviously I cannot get past this step. You know, it just says couldn't connect. And sorry, guys. I know I've hijacked the room trying to fix this. This is hopefully a one-off. And in fact, you know what? I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to close down. So you people in YouTube, I'm going to shut you down, okay? Because I mean, I want to get this done. I felt very discombobulated today trading without the normal way I trade. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube feed. But I cannot do that because if I stop the streaming, then you're gonna lose my screen sharing here. Okay, that's okay. Because I want to be able to display. The device is not bad. I'm not describing this well enough then. You have to understand that when I connect, normally, I see all the devices that I'm able to connect to. Every single device. Okay? And I've got my Sony headphones. What it said, after every device, couldn't connect, can't connect, can't connect, can't connect. So it's not just the one device. Also, I call this the system tray or whatever the action tray is, where you have all these little icons on startup. Normally there's a little Bluetooth icon there. there is not the Bluetooth icon is not there. You can't see that because it's it's on my other monitor. But you know what I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Well, I have the keyboard in front of me, so that's. No, there's no there's no USB Bluetooth transmitter plugged in. No, no, there's no. All right, I'm gonna do it just to satisfy you guys. But do you understand what I'm saying? Add a device. I have to click on this, but it's telling me immediately it cannot connect. And now my little thing says Bluetooth pairing, but it's it's obviously not doing it. Oh, Lee, I don't know. It's probably. I'm sure it's. I mean, it's just in my computer. I mean, it's just I think don't all computers have anything that's bought in the last 30 years? Don't they all have Bluetooth? I've tried IRAPS. The driver is updated. In fact, it doesn't even allow. It just says, hey, you don't have to. Your driver is up to date. I'm going to let KK, Mr. IT 14 years experience. Okay, Lee, I just don't know. I mean, I bought the computer and it just had how it comes, if it's on a motherboard or a PCI card, I don't know. As I say, I know enough about tech to be a little bit dangerous, but when it gets into the fine tuning of stuff, then I'm way out of my element. All right, guys. I think it's 2:44. So, other than KK, why did please everybody leave? I think there might be a way. Thank you, guys. I mean, I do apologize for this, but hey, there might be a way. Yeah, I don't know how to. But you know what, KK? Listen, I'm going to private message you. Don't know how to do that real. I know how to boot everybody, but I don't know how to have one person log back in. Because when I open the room and I unlock, anybody can come in. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I'm just going to put myself on mute in the YouTube feed for sure.